Hello, everyone. Good morning. Happy Thursday. We're here. We're back. Hello. It is us, the grinder. Also, Crab Rave to start the stream. Kind of wild, but okay. I mean, I guess. Okay, we are getting sort of close on Caphras. I have 12,550. We're getting kind of near there. And I also have 17.5 bill. Now, I do have a rough plan on what to do with that money, which is make more of it and then buy an armor, probably. I think in the interest, in the interest of rushing the Adania bosses, I need to get gear. So I think I'll probably end up buying tri-armors. About 50 bill a pop. I need 3 of them. And then I plan to sort of cheese Karazods in that I'll buy 2 Pendebos. And then get like, I believe I can just get away with like duo or tri Karazods just to fill the slots. And then I should be after that 350, 427 or whatever it is. Well, I'll need a Vell as well, of course, but we should be like 350, 427 after that. And then we can start doing Jordan. This one right here. And these are like so incredibly time gated that we got to get on this like ASAP. ASAP Rocky, whoever that was. Is that like a rapper or something probably? Sounds like a rapper. So that's our current plan. That plan is like 700 bill. Maybe 800 bill. So it's not going to be a fast plan, but it's the plan. And also, let me see if I can get this thing to show up. If I just turn off BDO capture, and then we see what happens. Buy Devos online, that's the plan. I'm going to buy 2 Pendebos, probably the necklace and the belt. And then we'll just cheese the other 4 just to have them in the slot. But I am going to focus on armors. The reason being, when I get my Sovereign offhand, I can pretty easily get to 1180 AP. And 1180 AP is what we need for our next grind spot. And also one of the grind spots I'll be at for kind of a long time is also 1180 AP. So I may as well just get tankier, especially because I'm like my tag class is squishy. So I'll probably do maybe 2, maybe even 3 armors in a row, and then do Pendebos. We'll have to see how that goes. Let me repair. Villa. I already got a Villa. Get one of these. Get one of these. Get one of these. Get this. Get this. Get this. Click this start button and we'll see how that goes. I haven't used this on stream yet, but we'll figure it out. And that's a little off center, but we'll get used to it. Might be a little bit small for you guys. Maybe I'll make it bigger. Oh, I don't have pets. I always forget something. Ooh, I also need to change my crystals to have knockdown resist back. I just took them out this morning because I got my Garmoth heart done. And so I put Macalods in, and I need to actually have knockdown resist or I'm going to freaking rage. You know what I mean? So I'll pull these 2 and I'll put knockdown. We're going to be over the cap anyway, so it doesn't matter. Join mid-explanation. Don't forget Jordan, you need red tier. That's why we're going to cheese the other Karazods. So I'm going to do 2 Pendebos. We're going to do a full set of tri armor. It's red or purple gear, by the way. So we're going to do the 3 tri-armors. That'll give me the DP I need after the Vell. And then we're going to do 2 Pendebos for the 2 Nav Karazods. And then the other 4 Karazods will be a mixture of duo and tri. Just to be A, incredibly freaking cheap, and B, fill the requirement and still give me 350 AP. So that's the current plan. But those will be last. Like the duo Tri-Karazods, those will be last. I plan to do Pen Sovereign Awakening, Pen Sovereign Offhand, 3 Tri-Armors I need to buy, and then we'll also do 2 Pendebos. So like it's a lot of money, but we'll get there. Busy Beaver, no time for anything. Time to get a 35 watch streak. That's something. Yeah, man. Life do be crazy. It do be crazy sometimes. Man, we're already at 15 Caphras. What the heck? The game knows that we need Caphras. It's giving them to me. I should pretty easily get 1 armor before we get our Caphras, and probably even get a 2nd armor before we get all the Caphras. Maybe not on the 2nd one, but definitely on the 1st one. I'm already like a 1/3 of the way there or something. Not quite a 1/3 of the way, so. We're making good progress as far as that's concerned. I also made a Kuno and have tagged it, but I have not played it yet. I think I've only grinded 2 hours in the last 3 days or something. Been kind of running around doing stuff. Also, I did the frickin' Magnus literally yesterday to get the Garmoth Heart. That's something that we did already. I got the Garmoth Heart in our Awakening. And today they changed it so that like the skip works for the Garmoth Heart. And I was like, you frickin' frickers. It's like PA was watching me do the Magnus yesterday. And they're like, hey, bud. They're like, hey, bud, now that you've finally done it, I know you pushed it off for like 4 weeks, but now that you've finally done it, we're going to make this update. Lol. I was like, gosh, dang it. Love of the game, yeah. They love to see me suffer in the game. That's what it actually is. They were waiting for me. I feel like I can tell that there's 3% extra crit damage. I feel like I can tell. Maybe that's placebo, but I feel like I can tell. I must be able to tell because I don't even have my giants on for my 10% special attack. Late to the party, what's your fear plan? Maybe my gear plan. We're gonna do 3 tri-armors just to fill the slots, and eventually we'll like sell those and lose the tax on them, but it is what it is. That's like so far from now that I think they'll be nice. And then we're gonna buy 2 Pendebos. We're gonna get our offhand and our awakening both to pen. We're gonna get our Vell's Heart exalted if I ever get a freaking Vell's Heart, lol. And then we're gonna fill in the other 4 slots with like duo and tri, like a mixture of duo and tri-Karazods, just to tick the 350 AP box with the red/purple gear. And that'll actually get us to Jordine. So that's the plan. I'm just gonna like hyper rush Jordine. And because my offhand will get me to 1180 AP, a little bit beyond 1180 AP actually, I'm not going to focus on AP first. I'm actually going to do the armors first. A, they're cheaper. B, everywhere I want to grind, I'm already going to be a cap anyway. And C, I like squishy classes sometimes, so I think it's just be more, like the armor I'll actually get some use out of, and the AP I won't. Was it something different? It's exclamation gear. Gear. I think I updated that to be the correct one. I did delete the other one, so should work. Kind of weird to see Nightbot. But it's like 700 bill, I think. And is also contingent on getting a frickin' Vell. So if we never get a Vell, then I need a Tet armor. Like I'll get away without the AP from it, but I will need a Tet armor. And that would be rough. Because then that makes my like between 7 and 800 bill more like 900 bill. 850, 900 bill. So. Are you serious? Thank you. I do have orders on both the Vell and the Magic. The Taurus is yellow, not red. If we don't get a Vell, can we do a Donny Bosses? You can exalt your Ator, and I believe that makes it red. But, oof, you know? I think I'm the only person in history that's ever exalted an Ator. But, oof, you know what I mean? Middlestone is blue? No, you say to get a better one. I have had orders on the better one for a couple of weeks now. Basically, there's a world boss that spawns twice per week, and it has a 1% drop rate on the better stone, and there are 500 people with orders on it, including myself. So the best way to get it is literally to just wait for the order to fill. It's the only boss that I can never go to because the 2 spawn times are static, and I'm at work for both of them. But I have an order on right here. This is the better stone. And we're just waiting patiently. The orders go randomly as well, so I don't necessarily need 500 of them to sell to get mine, but it could also be more than 500 if I get unlucky. Only could pay higher than the rest. I fear that it would be like 100 bill if that were possible. It's a pretty rare item these days. And those used to just sit on the market for super cheap as well. It's kind of crazy. Wait, I think you can extract your exalted stuff, right? I guess, like, I'd have to double check that exalted Ator's is red. I'm pretty sure it is. And then maybe just extract it after? I don't know. Then I guess you could, like, cheese your Ator while you're waiting for a Vell. It's yellow? Exalted Ator is yellow? That's crazy. Yeah, I guess you're SOL, man. Just gotta get more gear, huh? I don't know. That's like my fear as well, is like, I'll be fine on the AP, because like, I'm gonna have, I think, 3 Tri-Charizards and 1 Duo Charizard. I could just do like 2 Tets and the other one to a Tri. Like, that's not that big of a deal. But the DP means like, okay, I gotta get a Tet armor now, you know? Like, it's sketch. Let's get a rare Alkstone, because the rare Alkstones are red and purple. Yeah, I guess. Like, my problem is I don't think a con is worth the money. And you could do like the weekly quests to get one for free, but you have to be in a guild that actually does con. And like, what guild actually does that, you know? Certainly not mine. I think I want to go with the solid background on that, to be honest, instead of the transparent. And I might make it a little bigger. Width-wise, we... Oh, that's too big. Made 300 mil already. Sort of. I'm really considering selling my life skill stuff as well, because like I just don't care. I just don't care about life skilling. I gotta be honest. I need exactly one life skill that I could just swap to and do casually while I'm like eating or while I'm like editing something or whatever. I need exactly one. And so like I have money tied up in hunting and gathering and all this stuff. Like I just don't know. Maybe like bartering will be that. I don't know. Gear at the moment is worth around 140 bill with Garmouth calc. Yeah, and I need like 700 bill in gear to get to the first of 5 Adania bosses. But with that gear, I'll be able to make much more money per hour. GBR now? 5 bill. Con is now required. What's GBR? Are we talking about, like, are you talking about the Vell's Heart upgrade? Because that's, like, such a long-term thing. Like, that doesn't become efficient until way later. April construction on the market is looking better and better. Yeah, I mean, it still just doesn't make sense to me, man. I don't know. Do the one you like the most? For like bosses, they all have increasingly more gear requirements. So that's just entry level for the very first one that we're rushing toward. And the reason I'm rushing it is because it's time gated. It basically drops a stone. So you could do the boss once per week and it drops a stone. And you need so many stones that even if you could do all 5 bosses, it will take you 2 years on average to get the stones you need. 2 years. And if you can only do one of the bosses, which I can't even do any of them, it will take you 10 years on average. So we got to get going on that. You know what I mean? It's like the time gate of time gates. Agmastone is even part of gear, red plus tier for Dunny boss requirement. I think it gets a little bit confusing. I'm quite sure it is based on the gear that other people are using. But I think the reason it gets confusing is because the text says that your alchemy stone doesn't count. But I think that's the activated effect of your alchemy stone. I think it's literally just you need sheet AP and sheet DP of 350 and 427 with red or purple gear. And if I'm wrong about that, then it's going to cost me a little bit more money, which is going to like blow hard. But the suggestion is always just get full tri armors and then you can do Adania. And the only way that that works, the only way that that actually gives you 427 DP is with the Exalted Vell. So it must work. It has to. It has to. Because that's what everybody is running. They're running 3 Tri Fallen God armors and an Exalted Vell to be exactly 427 DP, and they're able to do it. So it has to count. So that's what we're basing it around. Alchemy Stone is even part of gear. Red gear? Yeah. Boss Raid? Guilds do that? They buffed it? Yeah, like, do they do Con, though? Con is kind of like a unique one. Where you need, like, actual organization, and you need cannons. And you need, like, a reload team. Fishing life skill is good? Yeah, I'll keep doing that, because that's, like, when I'm sleeping or at work kind of thing. But it's like, we need something a little better for active. Fishing is good because it's the only, like, super long-term thing. But otherwise it's kind of bad. Like, to consider it versus, like, an active activity, it's actually really bad. Sheep plus red and purple is correct. Okay, good. 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 So we're on the right track. So it'll be about 150 bill for my armors. And about 350 bill for 2 Pendebos. And then we need to exalt the Vell. That's like 20 bill if we ever get one. And then we need a couple of, like, 4 Tricharazods, basically. And then we'll be set. It's kind of like a lot. It's a lot of money. Academy Vells can do boss. Deciphering. I think what you mean is you use Vell on your boss. So it does work. Very cool. I don't know why, like, PA is so good about putting in text on things that makes it not make sense. Or makes it more confusing. Really weird. Hunting did not look fun when I saw it. Gathering looked more chill. Gathering is definitely more chill, and I also don't really care for that. Hunting does kind of suck, though. Hunting feels like not that far off of grinding, and you make way more money grinding. Or at least I do. I guess the only benefit is that when hunting, I can literally just stand there. Like, I could just stop and stand there to eat and not feel bad about it. But with grinding, A, I could die. And B, I'd be, like, losing buffs and stuff. And the problem with bartering, I would say, like, bartering is a perfect solution. Except I then need to spend 45 bill on a frickin' boat. You know what I mean? So, like, entry cost is high. So I think I still have an order on a tree sucker. And I think I'll just switch to tree sucking, and then I might sell my Penmanos bag, my hunting bag. I don't know, I'm on the fence about it. I don't really care for butchering, to be honest. Like, it's okay, but I'm not, like, I don't really like it as much. I think I'd prefer, like, sucking trees. It seems to be better money as well. But if I sold my bag and my Tet Hunter's clothes, that's going to be like an extra 25 bill or something. That's like half an armor. Start with free try they hand out, unless you exchange it for something else. Oh, from the tokens? Yeah, I haven't. But I do have the try blue one. I could just do it. The issue is like I have a Tet Manos Butcher Knife. So like how much less money would I get then? Like even though sucking is like seemingly better money than butchering, how much less money would it be because of the loss of mastery, you know? But I've had an order on a fluid collector for like I think 2 weeks now. And I haven't gotten one, so Bloods is what I heard. Aaron was doing trees. He was doing saps, and he made like he has a little bit more mastery than me, but he made like almost double the money, or a little over double the money that I make butchering. And trees is pretty chill. I don't have to worry about killing anything. I just walk up to a tree and give it a little suck. So I think I might try that. Jabussy? It's Trebussy. Trebussy or Magnussy, because we did that, unfortunately. I would have loved to have not done that, to be honest. Let's Go Gear drop in price from an event not long ago, or was I wrong? Yes, it did. It did. So the Tri-Blues you can't even sell because there's so many listed. And that has had an effect on the red grade Manos. They did go down a bit, but not as bad. Those you could still get a decent value for. And then some of it is just like totally unavailable, like the tree sucker I'm trying to get. Did it for the love of the game? Definitely not. Definitely would have loved to not do that part of the game. I did get an energy for it though, so like something to think about. Something to think about. Still using blue sucker for trees. Can't get a Tet Manos one to buy, so I have about 1900 mastery instead of 2100. Yeah. I also can't get a Tet Manos one to buy. 1.8 bill an hour with 1900 mastery. Yeah, and my like I make I think 800 mil an hour if I get kind of lucky on fairy breaths at 1500 mastery, so that's doing butchering. Because you don't get like Caphras or dust or anything like that. You literally just get black gems, which are kind of like dookie in price, and meat. Get about 1000 breaths an hour. I get 200. So yeah, I'm thinking about just like giving up most of my life scaling stuff to just focus on like tree sucking or something, and then because I don't really care about it, I just kind of want to grind, you know. But I need something for when I'm not like fully able to grind, like when I'm eating or editing or whatever. And I think tree sucking could be the way. There's a better sucker than me, that's for sure. I'll try hunting at some point, but can't be asked to make my own match locks, so I'll wait it out. Yeah. It's kind of mid. I don't really like it. It's like, it's just active enough that I'm like, man, I could be grinding instead, you know? I'll send leveling all my T10s. Gonna start leveling my T11 soon. Huge. Huge. Sanctuary, such a nice quality of life. I would like to get a sanctuary at some point. I did accidentally make a courser. I was riding back and forth between bosses on my whatever that class is called, Dracania, and last night I was riding out to Bulgazel. I got enough XP to level up. I click level up. It learned drift, and turned itself into a courser. And I was like, wow, free courser. It is female, which is a bit of an L. But I might use my free stuff. I guess I'll have to level it to 30, but I might use my free stuff to just see if I can get either... Well, I guess I'd have to get a unicorn. Otherwise, it's completely useless to me. I would have to get a unicorn. Because I already have a female Doom. Yeah. Maybe I don't bother with it. Maybe I just buy the horses. So contemplating making another T10 Peggy. So I've made them all from scratch at least once. What a flex, man. So much money that he's willing to spend it on a second T10 Pegasus. Still have two T9 Peggies? What the heck? So dedicated to the game that he's willing to do the dailies for the Royal Fernerds. Mm-hmm. $50 seconds of ads. Mm-hmm. May as well have a little sippy. Tasty. Eight hours at Dokebi, I'm making 2.8 bill an hour. That's pretty good. Jeez. Juiced, man. I'm pretty excited to get to Iserid. We're like very, very close. I will need a Tri-Sovereign offhand to reach the AP cap, though. But I could do Crypt, I guess. I feel pretty squishy at Crypt. Like, I tried it a little bit while I was doing my Odalita questline, and I'm a bit squishy still. But I think, like, a Tri-Armor or two, and I'll be set. Not that it's, like, better money, per se. It would just be an outlet to get Orzeka if I wanted it. But the Adania armor actually looks pretty cool, so I don't know. Maybe Orzeka is just a waste of time. Friend keeps dying there. He has more DP than me, so I don't know how he does it. Is he on a squishy class? Because they hit pretty hard. Hex good too? Yeah, Hex is part of the plan. We're going to do Iserid until I get Kabua's, and then we're going to go to Hex. Because Iserid and Hex are pretty comparable to each other, and they're both better than Jade. He's on Drac. Very tanky class, then. Frick. Is he just like going brain dead, not paying attention? I don't know. They do hit really hard. Like, you get surrounded, and I almost died, man. I had a freaking Harmony draft on and everything, and I almost died. I also felt like I didn't do any damage, so there's that. But I had less AP then. Feeling squishy until I realized I need to use Deep Seas and Harmonies. Yeah, I also don't have like the Fallen God set, and I don't have Kabuas or anything like that, so. And it, like, I guess I'd be over the cap, so I could even run Iron Walls. There's a lot that could be done for sure. But I was just passing through doing the quest line, and I figured I'd give it a spin, and I did kill a couple of packs. But I found that if I pulled a full pack, it got pretty sketch. With, gosh, whatever DP I had at the time. Less than I have now, I think, even. That would have been just a food buff and a harmony as well. And of course, all out attack. Lightstone isn't really helping me either. They twice hit heavy so far. Is that just from the mechanic, or do they kind of like hit hard? Mechanic, I see. Cruising, man. We've made 150 million Caphras already. Hunting for the die. 3 hours on pity piece. So is this game? You kind of just gotta get lucky on the die, I think, man. You kind of just gotta get lucky. I've not heard great things about the die. And it's so expensive, like, especially if you want the purple one. It's so expensive, man. Red low-key good in sword class. Purple for like Megu. Can't see the weapon. I just like purple. So I'd get purple for whatever it is. Pretty freaking expensive though, man. $50 I think, on the market. Per die. Mm-hmm. Gotta get some gaming in today, boys. I'd like to be, let's see, I can't even see my title anymore. I don't know how far behind we're. I gotta scroll up. Scroll. We needed 7,450. If we can get under 7K today, that would be kind of dookie still, but like, it's a goal. It's a goal. Pretty attainable one, I think. That should only be like 3 hours of grinding, right? I could probably make that work. Also, Sangoon is at some point, and I forgot to look when. I better take a peek. I'm not even at Sangoon, I don't think. I don't think I ran there last night. Whoops, I was supposed to look right there. 2.5 hours? Okay, so that'll be 11 my time. Is it 11? I thought it was 10 that the boss spawns at. Yeah, it is 11. Wow. Weird. First boss the same time every day. Oh, 11 for me, huh? Gotcha. That's kind of handy. I guess the spawn times are all at the same time every day, right? I guess the ones I can make it to are all at the same time. I don't know. Does Izzard hit hard, by the way? As someone that's never grinded there, do we have professionals that will be able to compare it to somewhere that I maybe have grinded? We can garden so much faster than waking Dosa grind, must be nice. And it's like not any buttons. You could fall asleep before you have to hit the next keybind on Guardian. They hit hard if the stomp. Okay. So I'm gonna die probably. I'll have to do some research and actually like look into the mechanic of the spot, I guess. Only change the specific guild bosses. In Thursday and Vell on Friday. Vell on Friday? That would mean I could go to a Vell? I don't have a boat, but like I could go to a Vell? Wow. Vell on Wednesdays? Never mind. Can never go to Vell. It being on Wednesday in the evening and Sunday in the afternoon is like the biggest freaking L for me personally. Because I literally work the evenings Wednesday and the afternoons on Sunday. Guild bosses on Thursday and Friday and Vell on Wednesday and Sunday. Oh. I see. Brain shortcut that sentence? Yeah, and it sounded like they were moving Vell to be Friday and I was going to be happy about it, but nope. You crushed my dreams. We may never get a Vell now. How am I supposed to become the most geared player NA, lol? If I can never get a Vell. I'll have to RWT a frickin' Vell's heart and then get banned. I was gonna try Kuno today because I like got the combo set up and I got some add-ons and it's tagged and stuff, but like, man, I think that we just go. I think we just game. I gotta get some progress. We gotta juice it. And then maybe later today, this evening or something, I'll try Kuno. Vell's Heart Knife Ender event again? That'd be great. I'd pay honestly, I'd pay 25 bill for a Vell's Heart. Just so I don't have to like think about it anymore. Or wait on it. This whole like 500 orders on each one, and I have 32 bill tied up in it right now. It's like crazy. If I cancel both my Vell orders, I could get a Tri-Armor. But Vell's just like way more important. What you need is I will fly to you every time Vell is out, and I'll do it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. You're just my family. They can't ban me because you're family, and family is allowed to play on the account. Yeah. So every Wednesday, okay, like 10 hours from now, but Wednesday, and then like uh, what was it, like 3 on Sunday? So like 6 hours from now, but on Sunday. Kuno, I want to tag too. Teach me later. I just looked up a combo guide on the interweb nets. I don't know if it's good, and I haven't like tried it. Like tried it, but I did make a tag Kuno, and I kind of like looped through the combo a few times, and the AoEs look nice. The skills look nice. The class like flows good. And I was like, oh yeah, this is going to be like a pretty good combo. And then I looked at what he was using for skill add-ons, and now I'm having second thoughts. Take your lunch break at a different time, quickly drive home, kill Vell, go back to work. So here's the interesting thing about my job. I don't get a lunch break. I am a quote unquote, okay, you ready for it? Continuous shift worker, which means I technically can eat, but I'm still on the clock. I don't clock out for lunch. And as such, my lunch is not long enough for me to get anywhere, and also I can't technically leave for lunch because I'm still on the clock. Sounds illegal? I work in the agriculture industry, so they have a lot of legal loopholes to make us work more or harder. For example, in the US, if you work more than 40 hours in a scheduled work week, anytime over 40 hours counts as overtime, unless you're in the agriculture industry, in which case it is not 40 hours per week, it is 80 hours per pay period, which means I can work 80 hours in a week and it still wouldn't be overtime. Fun little loophole. And that's designed around the way harvests work, which is you do a ton of freaking work in 1 week. And they didn't want to like keep paying people overtime to do that, so legal loophole. They don't have to pay overtime. Dun dun dun. You need a new job? Of the people in my city, I'm like top 1% on like earnings, and I could still barely afford to live. It's so crazy. It's crazy. Only like high ranking like administrators, like we're talking, I guess, like managers at various locations, and like doctors make more than I do. And I can't even afford to live, man. Like it was a good paying job 10 years ago, but the cost of living in my city has like more than doubled in the last few years. So like it's rough. And my wage, of course, has not more than doubled in the last few years. It's gone up by like 4%. So you send a letter to your president and tell him you're not having fun. I don't really like want to get super political because that's always a bad time. But like I truly do not believe that the American people nor the president have any impact on the government. I truly believe that the president is just a distraction. He's like an actor put in place to give people hope so that they don't rebel. I do not like you cannot convince me that the American people have any control. You cannot convince me that voting matters. I don't think your current president is smart enough to act. But he's dumb enough that if the people around him are convincing him or telling him that he is making an impact or that he has control, he's just going to go along with it. Manipulation is very easy, especially if you're trained to do it. Most in chat not from America. True that. I stream too early for Americans. And that's only because I used to be on nights. When I first started streaming, I worked nights. So I'd get off work, I'd come home, and I'd start streaming. And I've just like maintained the stream time. I'm not sure why. Like, I think it'd probably be easier to stream later in the evening. But I've maintained the stream time. I have such a hard time like getting to bed and like actually getting to sleep. And then that of course makes it difficult to wake up in time to stream, so I don't know. I guess I could just like for a week or two just try streaming at like a weird time. But that would be, you know, like the start time of the stream in that case would be like 8.5 hours ago would be like the start time. And then of course that doesn't work on Wednesday because maintenance. And then that doesn't make sense for Thursday, Friday because I'm like off on those days. So I could just like try to go to bed earlier, if that makes sense. I guess on Friday I could. Maybe that's why like on Friday I never freaking sleep. Is because like I'm like trying to go to bed early and it just doesn't work. I don't know. I'm an outlier American. Have to be at work by 5. So I just listen mostly. Yeah, fair enough. I on the weekends I start at 6 in the morning at work. And then on the weekdays I go in at like 2 or so, but I used to be like 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. every freaking. It was like Wednesday through Sunday or something. 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Except on Thursday would be 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. every Thursday. It was awful. Get out geared on RBF, no damage on 392 AP. You know what's funny is on my Ultimate Iron Man, I had 235 AP and I could get kills on my Ranger. By the time we finished the demo, I'd done kind of a lot of RBFs, but I'd done like 20 something kills by the end of it. And sometimes would show up on the RBF leaderboard. It's so funny. It's so funny. So I hate the boss schedules. Last boss is 3 a.m. my time, so I miss most bosses during the week. Yeah. I kind of like, most of the bosses are okay. Like I can do, I think 2 Noovers a week, which is like not good, but like it's okay. But the main problem is Vell. I can literally never go to a Vell. Literally never. Unless I like physically take time off of work, which is a dumb thing to do for a 1% chance. Like I literally can never go to a Vell. Our money's looking kind of dookie on this hour. 1.2 bill. We got 9 minutes left, but like, oof. Not even 1.2. Give up and beat you already? Can't believe after not playing this game for a week now, I didn't miss it a bit. Also already pre-ordered Crimson, so it's just waiting game for me. No games in 2 months. Hey man, I feel like you'll probably be back. Crimson Desert is going to be like a nice little side thing to like explore and try out, but it's not an MMO. It doesn't have long form progression. I feel like you'll probably be back. And if not, good for you, man. You could do something more more important with your time, you know? But I wish you luck on Crimson Desert. Hopefully you have fun with it. Time to go to Okebi. Surely that's better silver hour with your AP. I feel like definitely not. Honestly, I have zero interest in Crimson. I'm kind of there too. I think the only way that I even try Crimson is if they give me a key for it, and I think they already would have if they were going to, so. I think there's pretty much a 0% chance I even try it. You have the mechanic, you can't get more than 1 drop per week. If they do, just have more time for the boss spawns. They do not have that mechanic in most cases. But Vell, they actually have added Vell, because Vell used to only spawn once per week on Sunday. And then they're like, well, I guess that means that not everybody can go to Vell. So they added a Wednesday spawn at a totally different time. And I just happen to be in a unique situation where I personally cannot make it to both. But I think like as far as a typical work schedule would go, most people could do it. 2 spawns is still trash. Yeah, but if they like up the spawns, then because there's only like limited demand for the heart, right? Once you get one, once you get that stone, you never need another one. So if they had more spawns, it would just mean that like going to the boss wouldn't even be worth it anymore, because like nobody would be buying the stones. And PA tends to lean on the like nobody can get it side of that rather than the there's too many of them side. And better if the spawn is on the same day but with 12-hour different spawn timer. Yeah. Yeah, honestly. It's not even 12 hours different right now. I think it's only like 6 hours different, but on different days. But I think like if you work a typical work schedule, like 80% of the world can make it to both spawns. And I think like 98% of the world can make it to one of the two. Was there a better way to do it? Probably. Is that PA's method usually? Definitely not. I think that's another reason, like, I just am not at all interested in Crimson Desert, is I know how PA thinks and how they develop and what's important to them. And I just cannot see a single player game, like, meaning anything to me. Especially for $70. Like, that's a lot of freaking money for a single player game developed by, like, a company that continually loses faith in its player base. You know what I mean? Let me get a job at PA and fix it. The problem, like part of the problem is the like culture. It's not just like work there and fix it. You really have to try and overcome the culture that exists in Korea. And that is quite difficult. But I think I like overheard an opinion of Choices recently. Like I'm not even sure like when I heard this, but he said that it's a shame that they've spent so much time developing Crimson Desert because they've used that time to mismanage Black Desert. And I think like that really is the only way to think about it. Like I think I'm fully on board with that opinion. Is they certainly have mismanaged BDO while they've spent so much time on Crimson Desert. Kind of unfortunate. And I guess the only hope is that after Crimson Desert release, they will get back to what they should have been doing the whole time, which is focusing on BDO. Problem is why they add the 5% AP cap in PvE, so that you don't go back to the spot that I'm in. It's so that Choice doesn't show up here and bully me out of the spot, you know what I mean? It's so that Zethian doesn't show up here and bully me out of the spot. They have K-pop, so it's all good. Want to grind Tungrad too? Go grind Tungrad then, man. Nothing's stopping you. Like, who cares that there's a 5% AP cap? Like, who cares? Go do the thing. Go do what you want to do, you know? Who cares that it's worse money or better money? Nothing matters, man. We're here to have fun. Giveaway Aaron wants co-op grind spots again. I also heard some lore, Aaron, if you're interested. If you're interested in the it's definitely made up. It's definitely not real. But there's like some fan-made, quote-unquote, lore as to why there are no duo spots in the game. It's so funny. It's kind of funny. Oh, man. I think I love PPRBF. I guess, like, if you can damage people, RBF is good. It was kind of not great on the Ranger, though. It was just, like, a death fest for me. Is it because I play the game and they know I don't have two friends that like MMOs? No, that is not the lore. The lore is that Mr. Jae-hee Kim, okay, the striker cannoneer, he finally, after all this time, made it to Turos, okay, to get his flame for his fallen god. And he couldn't find anybody to grind with him. He kept like begging people to grind with him and nobody would do it. And he got really frustrated. So instead of like creating a function that would like make it easy for grouping and whatnot, he just decided to remove all duo spots. That way he doesn't have to find anybody to help him. So he could do it himself. That's the lore. That's bad lore because there's trio spots, but none of the trio spots are necessary for gear progression. We only made 1.3 bill that hour. I guess that's okay. That was okay. There for drip progression. Now the drip progression's all solo spots now. Not the paints. The paints are in solo spots too. They're in the Lava Frogs, and Star's End has paints as well. I think we just jump right back into another hour, boys. I think that way, like, we don't even stop. We just go. Why not? Drip progression is in the store. There's no, like, progression, though. You just, right from the start, have the best thing. If you pay enough money. Couldn't answer earlier, but the sentiment about mismanaged BDO also ties in with them buying, mismanaging, and trying to sell Eve. Yep. Yep, they absolutely nuked it. Absolutely hard dropped the ball on that one. And it's so unfortunate, man, because they had such a wonderful thing. And they definitely, like, you can easily tell that they very much reduced focus on BDO. And yeah, I guess, like, the only hope, literally, is that they come back after Crimson Desert releases. Let's hope they never buy Osers. I don't think they have enough money to buy Osers. So for 900 mil last time, I think. Yeah, isn't it, like, more popular now than it has been? I don't know what Eve sold for, though. So most of the player base invested is hoping. Devs actually cared who'll come back. See what happened with the gear system. Go, what the heck? Maybe we work on fixing it. Yep. Hopefully. Like, even if they don't, like, fix, quote unquote, the gear system, like, there's a lot of things, like, a lot of little things that that need work, man. Like, the freaking, I mean, there's no possible way that they leave, like, a near capped player a 2-year time gate. There's no possible way. But, like, there's also a lot of other stuff. You know what I mean? Spent 425 million on you. Holy. They definitely milked their freaking player base for money, man. Maybe for Guild Wars 3, if that'll ever come out. PA will buy the rights to Guild Wars 3, and then PA will make Guild Wars 3. I'll break my legs and stay playing OSRS. We gotta make so much freaking money and so many Caphras. So many Caphras. What's the cheapest Fallen God? They're probably all kind of like the same price, right? Is there a Fallen God that's just like more stats than the other ones? I think they're all kind of the same, right? Outside of the boots being a little bit different. I think they should be similar. Maybe the chest piece for the 100 HP or whatever? I don't know. Well, last time was no stress, but busy. Nice with a break and go full ham again later. Yeah, you do tend to like go super hard when you go. Like, I go kind of hard on it, and then like you're on more than me. And it's like I don't know how you're doing that, but you know, all kind of the same. But boots are super expensive. Yeah, luckily I have the tri boots already from the Tuvala thing. So chest piece or gloves I would expect to be cheaper. Yeah, I might go chest first. But either way, I think they're all going to be around 50 bill. I'll probably just min order them. Kind of sad state right now where I want to do Cox. Oh man. Uh-oh. Let me keep getting unlucky. Oof. What the heck? How are you alive, sir? Not been playing much. Yeah, fair enough. I get in the zone, I'll go ham. It's nice when you're having fun like that. I've kind of been trying to get into the zone of BDO lately. Like I'm pretty like excited to push for gear and stuff, which is not a feeling I've had in kind of a long time since like early days Ultimate Iron Man, I think. Haven't been a loop since your last Iron Man challenge. This is account to go full in-game gear capped. Basically, yeah. So like this account doesn't have any restrictions. The only real restriction is that I'm not rich, so I don't like to spend money. So I haven't. Like I bought a tent, and that's all I've spent money on. But there's no like Iron Man anything where we finished those. We completed our goals with those, and now we're just playing the game normally. And yeah, I kind of like right now we're thinking about rushing Jordine. I'm like figuring out what I got to do to rush that so that we can start dealing with that time gate. And I have a plan for that. I have 2 sovereigns right now. I just need a few thousand Caphras for my last one. And then we're going to like buy Pendebos and all that kind of stuff and push pretty hard. But yeah, I'd love to like have Giga Gear. I've been looking into life skills lately as well. Don't really like any of them, to be honest with you, but like I've done more life skilling on this account than I have in my entire 10 years in BDO. And it's not been that much, so. May say I have to life skill gear and push more combat stuff. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, man. I might sell the hunting stuff. I don't know. I think Grimkill's doing the same thing. He also just bought the tent on his new account. I think only pre-ordered pets. Yeah, that's what I've been doing as well. I have a number of T4s already. I have 2 T4s and a T5 and 2 other T3s, and I haven't bought any pets from the Pearl Shop. They've all been from the market. And then I can just get... I did get a Garmoth pet from Garmoth one time, so I've been doing Nouvers to try and work toward the Nouver outfit, because that also gives you a tier 4 pet that I can turn into a Garmoth pet, so we really only need one more. And then get the Nouver one and we're done. So, not too bad. It's definitely doable. It's slow, but it's definitely doable. Get mates from events? Yeah, slowly over time. They don't give out that many of them. I'm not like restricting myself from spending money. I just like, I don't want to spend money, you know? You don't need weight. You don't really need inventory slots. Maids are nice, but like if you're willing to run to your horse, it's not a big deal. That does kind of restrict you on where you can grind. For example, Dekia Histria is like totally off the table for me, as well as Dekia Achman. because they still, several years later, even though they promised that they would allow you to take your horse in there, you still can't. So I just can't do those spots, basically. But it's whatever. Could we abandon your main? Yeah, I already have more gear than my main. I already have more gear on this account than my main. With the exception of a Vell, like we're already more geared. That's how fast the like new player progression is. And I've been at it for a little over a month. The game kind of tower spot too, except Stars End, Low Cezanne. Yeah, but like if you can get your horse next to the tower or like within range of the tower, you could just run to your horse. It's not a big deal. I think some tower spots are done well. I think others kind of suck. Like Honglim, for example. I don't care for the sharpshooter stuff. Honglim pre-sharpshooter is actually really comfy and really nice. And they did what they did to prevent like AFKing, and I understand that, but I think they went about it the wrong way. Because they just made the grind spot feel worse for everyone. So the ASC kind of good. The PA making spot alive. Yeah, the new Stars End seems decent. It's like not quite as good as Lava Frogs, but it's very good still. It's pretty interesting. I never really cared for Stars End though. Like the towers I didn't mind, but I didn't really like the actual spot. We need the Sakraya revamp is what we need. I'd love a freaking endgame Sakraya. Love me some caves and crabs. New passive weekly silver incomes are so good too. Nearing my second Pendevo. Each within a month. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, like money just rains in, man. Like I made 17 bill in 2 days and I grinded 2 hours and I have no freaking idea how I did that. Like I don't know where it's coming from, but like the money is just raining from the skies. You know what I mean? And I have a Pen Manos hunting bag and stuff like that. Pen Manos fishing chair, like all these things. And like it's crazy. I have technically 6 black stars because I had 2 for each of these, and then I have a second freaking offhand just chilling, waiting. It's like it's crazy how much faster it is. Some Triad Tour shoes already. We're like looking at buying Tri Armors now. I have orders on each of the Vell pieces. Like money is just raining from the sky. Endgame Schultz guard. I want mains, man. Mains is like my OG back in the day, 16 hours a day grind spot. I'd like a revamp of that. Jade too, I like the flames. Jade is pretty. Especially if you get in that like that zone out mode. Like highway hypnosis or whatever. It's so nice. It's super comfy. My new endgame spot that is it's a tower but mass minion murder zone. It's not a tower but mass minion murder zone. So you want an endgame spot that's like a one-shot mobs, like polys, where you just run around? Or you want it to just be like... You guys remember those old games? I think they still make them, where it's like you control a general in an army, and you go like kill the other guys, and it's like you just walk up on their army of like hundreds of soldiers, and you just start killing the hundreds of soldiers. What's that called? Dynasty Warriors? The old Dynasty Warriors. But it's endgame, and you just walk up and you just freaking murk like thousands of dudes. Just a big arena. That'd be cool. And then sometimes the general of the other army shows up. Like they can make AI for like classes, like Musas and Mewas and stuff, and they'll just show up sometimes as like quote unquote the general to fight you. Dynasty Warriors Waves of Enemies as a grind zone would be so fun. Yeah, I used to love Dynasty Warriors back in the day. Like the PlayStation 2 days, I just liked killing things. I don't know. BDO have like a grind spot that combines two different grind spot mobs? It does not. But they do have a lot of grind spots that are basically the same mobs of another grind spot, but with like a different color scheme. We like to refer to those as reskins. They love their reskins. For example, Catfishman was one of the early grind spots, and they reskinned those into Ackman mobs, which was like a later game Valencia grind spot. And then they reskinned them again, I believe, into... where were those things that I saw? What's the other later game grind spot that has like Ackman type mobs? I forget. And then Nagas have been reskinned 3 times. Because there's like the regular Nagas. Maybe 4 times? Because there's like Serendia Nagas, there's Elvia Serendia Nagas, there's Valencia Nagas, and then there's like the new Edania spot has Nagas as well, so it's like quadruple freaking reskin. It might have been a dungeon I'm thinking of, Cirxin, with the Ackman mob that's like a triple reskin. We love reskins. They must just have one mob artist, and sometimes he's busy, you know what I mean? So they're just like, well, we'll just throw in this mob that we already have, and switch up the color palette. Sometimes. They're like, yeah, he's on vacation this year. Let's just take this other mob that we also already have, and we'll just swipe the color palette. We'll get a dart board. We'll throw a dart at the board, and whatever color it lands on is their new color palette, and then we'll launch that for our brand new spot. Pretty sure they just hire an intern, an unpaid intern, and that intern is like, guys, have you ever heard of reskins before? And the reason he does that is because he doesn't even know how to draw. He's like, you just take this mob that we've only seen 4 different places in the game, and instead of a red loincloth, you give them a purple loincloth. Bing. Genius. Thanks for his Origins on Steam, $70, released January 16th, 2026. Holy, they're still making them. Crazy sounds. I used to enjoy Basilisk when Centaurs was the best grind zone years back. Wish to give love to zones like these. They did. They made Basilisk a tower spot, and then they made it a 3-man spot, and then they reverted it to a 1-man spot and absolutely killed it. Smile. Basilisk went from being like an okay spot like competitive with centaurs to being like probably the worst place that you can spend your time. That's how they give love. They destroy the real issue is that they have too many grind spots. They literally can't keep up with them all. Pretty sure you lose money in Bassi if you're in anything other than a cron meal. Yeah, basically. Just paying for the durability that you lose on your freaking sovereigns equals negative money. It's so bad. It's like unbelievably bad. Dice Warriors 3 Complete Edition Remastered, release date soon. Jeez. I couldn't even tell you which ones I played, because they're so old at this point. We're talking like mid-2000s, late 2000s maybe. They're printing money. I mean, if you do something that's moderately successful for 20 years, yeah, you're basically printing money. That's the thing. I think back in the days, the only food buffs we used was free cron meals from the Oasis event, which was like 1 silver for 1 meal. Yeah, the Oasis event was not back in the day, by the way. Back in the day, we used to use a meal rotation, which was Knight's Combat Ration and some other stuff. That's back in the day. The Oasis event was like yesterday. Gatekeeping being a boomer, brother. Brother. Don't have experience with the Dynasty Warriors itself, but I think of the Hyrule Warriors Zelda offshoot game, it's basically the same. Yeah, it was cool because like the generals that you could choose to play as have different weapons and therefore different like skills. Oh my gosh, we're rich. Boys, we're so rich. We're so rich. How are we supposed to get our Caphras before we get all of our armors if we keep just getting juiced, man? We're just getting juiced, man. I'll take another couple of those if you'd like, game. I mean, if you think about it, it's only 12 of those for a tri armor. So like, let's just, you know, if you want to throw me 11 more, like we're good, man. I'll take that. Free 2.5 bill. I think it's misreporting actually, because I think they're 3.2 bill. Unless they like came down pretty good. Let me check. Yeah, 3 bill. Oof. I think that's the after tax amount that's shown on the tracker there. Big money. Starting to look like Star's End now. 3 bill in 23 minutes. Starting to look like we have gear. Back when if you wanted to be fully prepared before grinding Node War, you need to be starting an hour before so you can have 3 meals active when you start. Yep. Yep. The classic. It was awful. It was awful. The food rotations. I dare you to type BDO food rotation. Oh my god. Oh my god. I, I dare you to type BDO food rotation into YouTube, okay? Guys, we've made 5 bill in 24 minutes. I don't know what to tell you. Sometimes it just hits, okay? Sometimes it just hits. Now we just need 10 more. You give me 10 more, we'll get a tri-armor knocked out real quick. Multiple areas? Yeah, we have 2. In like a couple of minutes. So funny. So funny. Big old money. Carried? Somebody's got to be carried. May as well be me. Need to write a tax for him to sell at gym? Yeah, 1099. Because we're getting juiced. What's grind tracker on the side, by the way? Never seen that before. It's something that Choice created. But basically it like scans your item drop log and tracks all that stuff. It also like links with Garmoth. So at the end of the hour, I can just push one button and it'll automatically upload my automatically tracked hour to Garmoth. Pretty cool. And so the profit that you see up at the top is because I have it set to automatically take off the tax. So that's the after-tax amount. And then the time period is how long I've been grinding. And then they're auto-sorted by most value. So I've gotten 2 iridescents. And I should expect to get 5.09 bill off of those after tax. 374 mil in trash loot so far this hour. 2 embers this hour, and so on. Pretty cool little thing. Choices Discord is the place to go if you're interested in setting it up. It's not like incredibly easy to set up, but it's not hard, I would say. You do need to have a very specific like UI kind of. Your drop log needs to be in kind of like certain places, and your UI scale needs to be specific, but it's not bad. You have an in-game version of that for Marnie Realms? Yeah, but like, why wouldn't you just do it anywhere? You know what I mean? I like the one that's everywhere. I don't have to be in a Marnie Realm. And this one links directly to Garmoth. I literally push one button and it uploads my hour to Garmoth. It's way better than the in-game one. The only problem with it is that if you block your item drop log with a window, it won't be able to read it, so it won't track what was blocked. And that's just like, there's nothing you can do about that. Just based on how it works. Not 100% accurate though, more or less like 95, 97%, but close enough. It's like, I think it's closer than that. The trash loot is the only thing that's like ever been off for me, and it's by like 100. Which is, you know, close enough. But again, like if you ever block your window at any point, it's not going to read whatever that is. So some of that could be user error too. But like realistically, it should just be integrated and it should be free. Like 100%. They should just have Choices Tracker, but it should be integrated so that you can't block it. And it should link to Garmoth API, and it should just exist in the game already. Like straight up. I'd go AFK for a bit. Do you get another 9 iridescency spooner? No, but our third one's going to be right in this pack up here. This guy looking at me funny, he's got our third iridescent. We just got to claim it from... It's this guy right here. I've been keeping track. He's got it. Bam. He didn't have it. Frick. Yeah, dying spots, you need to buy scrolls for Marnie Realm. So us Marnie Realm haters are up big. We're up exactly 90 mil an hour, lol. Pointing out that they started ads to the game starting with Marnie. What's interesting is, like, they started adding that to the game 6 months after Choice, like, took his program to them and started, like, explaining what it does. Coincidence? Because he had a meeting with PA to make sure that it wasn't going to be like TOS. Coincidence? If you get a third one, you gotta grind the Bofa for Mario this year on the GIM. Huh? Huh? I don't even do quests, man. How am I supposed to get Song of the Elves done? That was your job, Aaron? I've been waiting on it so I can do Firecape. Dun dun dun. Keep seeing Chase AFK at Velia storage. He's just not be lazy. Yeah, he's like perma AFK. It's so funny. And like if he's not at that storage, he's either by the blacksmith or he's at the night vendor, but he's like always AFK. I've only ever seen him AFK. It's like, it's so funny. He's also the only other person that's like ever online in the guild. It's so funny, man. You need a Garmoth sub to run the voice-based tracker or choice-based tracker? No, you don't. But Garmoth does have a limitation to how many hours you can upload. So that'd be like the only thing is like if you didn't like delete previous hours, they do have like a maximum number of hours or whatever, I think, for the free version. But you could also just not upload your hour. Like you don't have to if you don't want. The tracker though is kind of nice. I like looking over at it while I'm grinding. So I kind of know where I'm at. But if you join Choice's Discord, it's very near the top. There's like a whole channel for the loot tracker, and it'll send you to another Discord, which is the loot tracker Discord. And that'll provide instructions on like getting it downloaded and set up. But pretty easy to use once you get it set up. Don't even mean to run into him, just happens to be in the same channel as he says. Yeah. And he's always there too. It's so funny. Once you gotta make per hour without having to mess with my insane inventory clutter. Yeah. And like before the enhancement inventory, it wasn't as big of a deal. But because the enhancement inventory exists, it's kind of dog water. It basically just means that like Blackstones and Caphras just don't get tracked. And it's pretty annoying. I like how Garmoth lets you contribute old data to the global stat. Rules the expected value of older grind spots. The fact that all of Garmoth is user submitted data that has no like oversight means that you already, it has already ruined the expected value. Like you can't go to Garmoth and be like, okay, Garmoth says I should get 4.2 bill an hour at this spot. You can't then expect to get exactly 4.2 bill an hour at that spot. Like you can expect to get somewhere between 3.5 and 4.5 probably. But it's already like unreliable because it's like so user submitted and there's no like verification process. What they should do, here's what would be great, is if Garmoth created a second section, a second global section that was only the like loot tracker submitted. That was only the loot tracker, because there's already a tag for it on Garmoth. When you upload, it already says BDO companion app. So if they made a section that was only the BDO companion app, then that would be way more reliable, because then that's not user submitted data. That's just like accurate data based on what they were actually doing, not what they think that they got, you know? So there's no like verification process needed, and you won't need to like worry about people inflating or deflating or getting things wrong, you know? Misextraction of Caphras from cron tap attempts. Could it be so much closer to my 10k? Yeah, that's funny. It's even more unreliable with old data. For example, in Hex, it says averages 10 spares per hour, but when I was grinding there, I was getting 25 to 30. You can sort, maybe that's a premium feature too, but you can sort by time. So I can go to a place like Hex and be like, I only want to see global data from January 12th of this year to February 5th of this year, and it'll only show me that. I don't know if that's a premium feature. Question mark. I do have like the creator version, so I have the premium for free basically because I'm a creator, but that is a thing. That must be a premium feature then. I don't know. Maybe not. One action a day locked Iron Man, so he's stuck at storage for a long time until he moves stuff. And in BDO, that'd be like, that's the next 300 years he's stuck there, man. So this says 11 despairs per hour. Set for December to February. You probably can't like look up people's individual hour, right? Okay, recent hours. There's a guy that got 13 at 31k trash. And then after that, there's a guy that did 35 at 52k trash. That guy's just a better grinder. After that, there's a guy that did 22 at 65k trash in 2 hours. So that'd be 11 an hour for him. After that, there's a guy that got 25 at 44k trash. After that, there's a guy that did 26 at 23k trash. So yeah, it just seems like it's all over the place. I think like the older data isn't what's scuffing it. I think it's the modern data is what's scuffing it. After that, there's a guy that did 24 at 38k trash in 1 hour. And I think part of your problem here, Netsy, is that the despairs are something that goes into the enhancement inventory, so people are guessing at what they had before. And they're like, oh, I probably had 77 of them in there before, and now I have 85. You know what I mean? That's part of the problem. And that's why I'm so apprehensive about like trusting exactly Garmoth, you know? Like I trust basically like the ranking for the most part of what grind spots are better than the others. But I'll never look at a grind spot and be like, oh, I should get this many of this and I should get this many of this. Because it's so easy to misreport. And sometimes, especially when it's like Caphras and Blackstones, a lot of people just don't report those. It's like, it's so easy to get it wrong. I just go for like a general overview of what I should think, you know? And even here, even at Jade, okay? Jade is supposed to be 900 mil an hour. And the average trash loot is 32k an hour. But I get 44k an hour. And I don't even try to do that. It like accidentally happens. And so my average is 1.4 bill an hour, which puts Jade for me way closer in line with Isrid. And it puts it over Honglim for me. Meanwhile, the average player is going to look at that and they're going to be like, oh, Honglim is better than Jade. So they're going to go to Honglim. And for them, that could be true. You know? But for me, it isn't. And it's not even a Guardian thing. Because my Ranger also does 44k an hour on an Awakening Ranger. So, you know, good for a general guideline, but I wouldn't like go there to like see what you should expect. Based on a trash amount you said, I think it's people with low AP inputting data too. Well, of course. Of course it is. You know why that happens? It's because they'll look at the list of Garmoth or they'll hear what's a good grind spot and everybody's like, oh, Hex is really good right now. And they're like, well, let's go to Hex then. And it's not Hex is really good right now if you have 1180 AP. It's Hex is really good right now. So they go to Hex. And you can't blame them for that. That's just classic BDO, man. Depends on personal drop rates too. Yeah, exactly. Everyone has a different drop rate. Grind a 300% drop rate and don't get rare drops ever. This account's just cursed. It's funny. That Isrid was more money an hour than Hex, but I was personally making 2 bill an hour in Hex, consistently with Agris, or on 1.6 bill without. Some of that is class imbalance too. You know what I mean? Like some classes are just better at some things than others. Unless you're a Guardian and then you're kind of good at most things. Primoth Garmoth, is there a filter for AP? I know there's for class. You can like literally see the hours that people have reported and their gear and their crystals and their consumables. I'm not sure if you can sort by it, but you can just like click on the place and then see what people are doing. So like I see their hour, I see everything they reported for that hour, and if I click on them, I get to see all their gear and their crystals and everything. And that I think is like a better way to kind of do it. If you can find like 2 or 3 people that have similar AP that are pulling similar numbers, then reasonably you can expect that at that AP is probably pretty accurate. Hello, Weave. Good morning. Welcome to the grind simulator. We've been going pretty ham. Got to make some money, you know? We're looking at about 6 bill this hour because the 2 iridescents. Pretty good. Should be a bit over 6 bill, like 6.1 maybe. How much Caphra's left? Ooh, that's a good question. Oof, I don't know. I don't know, 7,337 if you don't count dust. So probably 7,300, 7,250, something like that. But I have not spent any silver on Caphras. I've only grinded them. It's all been grind. I want to spend my silver on gear to push toward the Adonia bosses. My freaking gloves are breaking. Oh, I forgot to repair. Lol. What's a neat grind tracker on the right side? That's a tracker that Choice made. It's Choice's grind tracker. It basically like reads your item drop log, and the amounts that you're seeing there are the after-tax amount. And it'll just kind of like go up with my drop log. Do you have exclamation gear? I do, yep. If that's not a guardian, then it's wrong. But I deleted all the other characters, so it should work. Link, you'll have to go to Choice's Discord. He has a channel in his Discord very near the top that's called like Loot Tracker or something like that, and that'll get you on the right track. It's pretty neat though. I quite like it. I think it's one of the things that BDO has been missing, honestly, and I hope that it like integrates directly with Garmoth as well. So at the end of my hour, I'll be able to just click a button and it'll automatically upload my hour to Garmoth, which is pretty cool. You go on Karazad or Pendebo route. I'm going to buy Pendebos. However, to sort of cheese what I need to get to Jordine, I'm going to do 2 Pendebos and then 4 like tri-Karazads basically, just to like get the 350 with the purples and reds so I can start doing Jordine. And then I'm going to continue to buy Pendebos after that and just like literally freaking delete the other Karazads. That is the plan. But the current plan is to get armors first. And I know what you're thinking. More AP, more grind speed. But when I get my offhand, I'll actually have 1180 AP. So I'll be at the cap of my next grind spot. So we'll work on armors first to be tankier. Let's have a full circle of purple gear to encounter weekly castles. Yes. So it needs to be purple or red and at the sheet requirements. So 350 AP, 427 DP for Jordine, which is the entry level one. Doing that, you might as well do the care exchange from deck to wall as well. I already yeeted the stone. I melted the stone into essence and sold it. Like ages ago I did that. So we're SOL on that. It would have been nice to have though, because I would have just made like a ring or something. But yeah, I yeeted the stone. A rare SickLoot L. But, you know, what are you going to do? Just take the L, I guess. I did make 3 bill from it, though. So, like, hard to complain. If I push the Sovereign a little bit, like to Hex, then I can do 2 duos and 2 Charizards as well. Worth it? 100%. It's giga time gated. Like, so rushing them is absolutely worth it. If you can do all 5 of the bosses, it's still a 2-year time gate on average for the stones for your Adania armor. And if you can only do one of the bosses, it is a 10-year on average time gate. So the sooner you get started, the sooner, like the better, basically. So that's like, I've abandoned everything else. We're just rushing to the first boss at least. And then from there, it's literally like, buy more Pendebos for more AP. You can only do 1 per week. You can get 5 stones per week, though. But with the first boss, you can only get 1. Right? And with the last one, you get 5? Is that how that works? Or is it like, as soon as you get to the first boss, you get 5? Yeah, okay, so I was on the right track with that. It works a little bit differently than I thought. I thought that, like, you would have to do all 5 bosses, but I guess it makes sense that the first one gives you 1, the second one gives you 2, the third one gives you 3, and so on. So you'd always want to do the highest one. And getting to the last one is obviously going to be the best, because then you'll get 5 per week. But if you can do the last boss, it's a 2-year time gate. If you can only do the first boss, it's a 10-year time gate. On average, of course. 3 Tet Devos, 2 Penton Grads. Oof. The Penton Grads are a bit of a rip. But you could exchange your Debos for Pen Charizards. Something to think about. You'll have to put it in the gear planner and kind of figure out how to get to 350 AP with yellows and reds. Or with reds and purples, not yellows. When you think about getting the last boss, in my opinion, just get to Jordan ASAP, start saving up. Yeah, I think like you hyper rush Jordan, even doing like nonsensical things. So for example, for me, that's like getting duo and Charizards in my ring and earring slots just to like tick the box and get there. And then you do like Pendebos and things like that. You go about it the smart way after that because you're at least making progress on it. The fact you can't use Devos is asinine. I completely agree. I completely agree. Devos should be a red grade accessory. Period. Deboreka should be red grade. Really confused on how my gear progression should go. Got 3 deck Charizards now, 2 earrings and a neck. Also got Sep rings, Sep belt. On EU, price for Pendebo is 160 belt for pre-order. Not sure if I want to continue doing Pendebo exchange for the remaining Seps. Just continue enhancing, like it would be the most efficient money-wise. So the easy answer to that is you're kind of locked in, brother. You've spent too much money now on your Seps. And you're looking at 2 enhancement levels. So I guess like you'll have to do some math and figure out if the average to get from Sep to Nav is less than 160 bill. And I'm like almost certain that it is. In which case you're going to have to enhance them. Like I think you're just a little bit too far there. Octanav is already 300 bill average. 1 enhancement level is 300 bill average. Are you sure that's not pity? I might have to look at that. We might have to put that in the enhancement calculator and figure that out. $300 bills pity, 233 bills average. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, honestly, man, like, just buy Pendebos. Like, you've probably already spent more than a Pendebo's worth on your freaking steps. And it's just like, yeah, you may as well just let's get away from the gambler's fallacy and let's just freaking buy Pendebos and eat them things. You know what I'm saying? Like put those on a freaking boss alt or something. You know what I mean? Like, geez, it's just like Karazods just don't make any sense for the enhancement. Like they just cost too much to enhance, and they need a rework. Like the enhancement of them needs a complete rework. The pity needs to be way reduced. The cost of crons needs to be way reduced on them. And it, like, realistically, it should cost about 160 bill to get to Nav. Or Pendevos should be like 300 bill, and they aren't. Which means enhancing a Pendevo does not cost 300 bill. So obviously, like, the Navs are just inflated, or the Karazods are just like hyperinflated in cost. So there's zero purpose in enhancing them. They're the new frickin' Godder. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't got Pen, you're SOL. So you spam 3 of them, fails to accept the Oct the Nav. But you get in less than 10 taps. Gambling is never the answer, man. You'll always come out on, like, bad on the other side. At that point, you may as well just buy the Pendebo, exchange it for the Nav, and then tap at the deck. You know what I mean? Because at least that's a flat cost that you can't get around. Reading Byrock's thing wrong. From Sept to Nav, average is 220 bill. If you pity both, it's 422 bill. If you only pity Sept to Oct, it's 300 bill. If you only pity Oct to Nav, it's 231 bill. So regardless of what happens, it is cheaper to just abandon your Sept and buy a Pendevo. And it does not matter what happens. You just abandon. You just jump ship and you buy a Pendevo. Sounds pretty simple to me. Just don't pity and one tap everything. I swear the last one is true. Like, all I'm getting from you, like, I understand that, like, you keep mistyping the numbers, but the numbers are so astronomically more expensive than the cost of a Pendebo that, like, the message is clear. Abandon ship by Pendebos. That's where we're at. Do orbit right now, I'm pretty comfortable, so saving 160 times 3 for 3 remaining steps is fine for me. Kind of sad those steps would go to the bin. Yeah. And that's, like, purely on PA. They basically made it not make mathematical sense. They basically added an extra 0 where they shouldn't have and completely screwed the whole thing over. So at least, like, you understand where you are now and you're not going to waste, you know what I mean? Like, it's 160 bill times 3 now instead of, like, 400 bill times 3. So, you know, that's kind of where we're at. Do you like saving up 180 bill? It literally, if not just bite it, that is the most nonsensical sentence that has ever been said. If you don't like saving up 180 bill, just spend 400 bill is what you just said. That's what you just said. That doesn't make any sense at all. Like, me personally, I don't save money in BDO. Well, how could you save money in BDO if you're spending, like, exponentially more on the same thing? It's no wonder you can't save money. Because you see a 180 bill item and you're like, yeah, I'll pay 350 bill for that. It's no wonder you can't save money, dude. That's on you, man. I don't know what to tell you. You got to find a new way to gamble or something, man. It also depends on you. I mean, you could do it if you wanted. Like, it really is just a willpower thing. Okay, 6.2 bill that hour. That's a pretty healthy hour. Pretty healthy hour. I like that hour. Sounds more of a saving problem than a little gamba. Why don't you do that, Netsy? Why don't you just gamble for Pendebos instead of just smacking your Karazads? Because even that, like, I don't know what the cost is on that, but that's got to be cheaper too, right? Have you looked into that? Because then at least if like you get the Pendevo, you just have the Karazad, you know what I'm saying? And if you don't, it blows up in your face. That's got to be more fun than just cron clicking. I pitied 2-tet Devos in the past month, so he is gambling. Just keep clicking, brother. Just keep clicking. Tried it, Gamma Pendevos, 5 out of 20. Let's go. 3 more taps is Pendevo. Brother. $2.4 bill in trash. Look at that. Try something. Had to reinstall Windows, and I'm not 100% sure if my DS1 was on my second SSD. So I'm not sure about save file. Oh, geez. See, I get to do that to you, Mr. Cookie. You don't get to do that to me, okay? Gosh dang it. Oh, man. We got 25 members. I guess 10 from the weekly. Gosh dang it, man.
Mr_Cookie_1 just subscribed with Prime. Oh, also this ick.
Thank you, Mr. Cookie, for 19 months of Prime. Really appreciate that, man. I guess, like, it is what it is. You know, we'll see. We'll see. It happens, obviously. I done it first. You know what I mean? In a comfortable spot now to tap Pendebos, but my Karazad's already ocked. Well, it sounds like you did the math, and it doesn't make sense to enhance them. It's like 40 bill more if I were to pity. 20 bill depending on the price of when I tap them. Yeah, that's not too bad. That's not that bad. I'll tell you when I get home. Yeah, no worries. Go into chat when I get home. Tell me to get the key. I'll know what you mean. I know what you mean as well. I'm probably not going to remember that, but we need the key to get into the water place. Unless the save is gone, in which case, like, we won't need the key after that. Okay, how are we looking? 12,755, so means 7,245. 72.45, which puts us at 205 Caphras gained in 2 hours. Not insane. Not insane. Oh my gosh. You set off a hype train. A solo hype train. It's just Mr. Cookie chilling. Look at these 2 iridescents. Look how much money this is. We're going to be rich. Okay, armor. Armor. The helmet is... like 44 bill for a min order. The armor is, yeah, but a little bit cheaper, but close. 42 bill for a min order. The G loves, I think we need green. I always forget. Blue. Yeah, 40. Oh man, the gloves are the most expensive so far. 46 bill. Holy. Okay. Looks like armor might be first, man. I don't know. You tried Deku 2 Thornwood yet? It should be like right there at your gear score. Let's take a look here. No one does Deku 2 Thornwood, it seems. Please hold. There's regular Dekia Thornwood. I don't even have the AP for regular Dekia Thornwood. I don't have 1180. You just hit harder? If I could just hit harder, I'd go to Izzard and get my Kabuas. And then I'd go to Hex. Hop off now, be back later. Alright, Mr. Cookie, we'll catch you later. Good luck on your save. Fingers crossed. How close to 1180 are you? I am 7,205 Caphras away. Do you need less for Izzard? It's 1180 for Izzard. But I need my Sovereign Offhand to try at least in order to be 1180. So I'll just die 10 times in a row, claim by weeklies, and get out. The classic. Yeet yourself. Should be like a Sangoon or something happening. Oh, that's probably in like an hour. Yeah, 50 minutes, okay. Currently with all buffs out, have 1570 AP, pretty close to trees, just DP requirement seems the same. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they hit hard. Hard to say. But yeah, my DP should start going up here pretty soon. That's what we're gonna focus on a little bit. The offhand will get me the 1180 cap, and then we'll get the 3 armors for 150 bill, and then I'll get 2 Pendebos into Karazads. And that, as I sit, will put me like way over 350 AP, but I'll have to replace my Crescents and my Distos. Just to have like the red combo, like freaking purple gear, which is so dumb, but whatever. Second geared, mid game now, maybe next month late game. It's a lot of grinding, man. I need like 700 bill to be Jordine ready. And importantly, I need a Vell's Heart. I have an order on both. I need a Vell's Heart. It's like 5 more hours with your spoonage. I only need 30 bill in order to like get my first armor, so like we're getting there. And 16 bill of that is 16 bill of that is literally tied up in a second Vell. I have an order on both. So as soon as one of those fills, I have an extra 16 billion. We need to move to Sangoon physically. Imagine both of them fill at the same time. Then I just lose tax on the concentrated. Not that big of a deal. This is my Courser, by the way. It's level 11. And it's a Courser. Just renamed Overwatch 2 to Overwatch. Classic. It was already Overwatch. Maybe they just finally stopped lying to themselves and everyone else, you know? Made a circle. Maybe they'll rename Crimson Desert to Black Desert. And then they'll just port everybody over. That'd be funny. Oh my gosh, all DR Reforged Stone has sold. We have 20.5 bill now. We're getting there. If I cancel both of my Vell orders, I would have a tri-armor order. Also, if I sold my... How much is a hunting bag go for? What's a Pen Manos hunting bag list for? Oof. 12.5 at 10.06. 6 minutes ago, one of these bought. For 19.8. If I sold that and my Tet armor, I could have armor order. Wish RBF event perma. Lunch till midnight, RBF still active? That's crazy. That's crazy. Really cool, though. Cool to see. Okay, let me grab a drink. I need a refresher on the drink. And probably run to the restroom as well. And then maybe I'll start another hour. We'll like start a third hour and then we'll jump back for Sangoon in 46 minutes. That way we can get more money in. I really just want to like go ham on the money today and the grinding. I'd love to be under 7k Caphras needed. So I need like 245 more. I don't know if that's going to happen. That's kind of a lot. But we'll work on it. We'll chip. We'll chip. But give me just a couple minutes here. I'll be right back. I'm gonna do something crazy here, and I'm actually gonna click on my own gear link just to make sure it's right. It has to be though, because there's only one character in there. I think it's right. Looks right to me. Yeah, something like that. Not bad. Got our crystals in there correct, except not because I swapped 2 of the Macalots for knockdowns, but that's not the point. We have the all-out attack. Beautiful. Beautiful. But yeah, literally like the Sovereign offhand at Duo is enough for me to have 1180 with my consumables and stuff. But I'll probably work toward Pen. Ideally, I would get Pen offhand and Pen Awakening. And then we'll work on the Devos. I guess like if I get just the 2 Devos and I get the Pen Sovereigns, then we'll be 1428, which is pretty good. Not too bad. We're getting there, man. Slow but sure. We are getting there. Okay, we are at Physically Sangoon. It's in 41 minutes. Let's go do more grinding. Crazy suggestion, if you sell the iridescence, then use that money to buy Caphras. You could cut 2,400 off what you need. Yeah, but I would then be rushing toward then selling Caphras to get my tri-armors. And the difference between Jade and Iserid in money is like not enough that it makes sense in my head to rush selling Caphras, if that makes sense. Because like Jade money, actually pretty good. I guess like unless you can convince me that long-term Hex at 1180 is going to be 2 bill an hour, I don't know. So if you can get Pensov offhand, you have AP to start doing C8 boss splits. I didn't even think about boss splits. You know what's funny is I haven't even done a Calamity 3 or a Calamity 5 to get the extra things yet. That's how much boss splits I do, okay? Exactly 0. I've done exactly 0. I haven't even invested in my aura, my 3 free aura. I literally haven't done anything. Which means I have all of the free, like, guaranteed rank 1 rewards as well from those. Get extra loot for every boss splits from C1 to C6. Yeah, from like the adventure log thing, yeah. I just like a CBA, brother. I CBA to do boss splits. We need to, but gosh, man, is I just you know, uh, you know, you know what? We have 40 minutes. Let's do at least a C3 and a C5. Let's attempt. The extra loot from those are kind of meh, but the C8 to C10 are crazy. I don't suppose you have like a example roughly of C8 rewards. Gun picking is hardest one, in my opinion. That's just the one that auto pops up. I'm not necessarily going to do that one. We'll probably just do bamboo. C3. Let's do it. Why not? I haven't done these like hardly at all, but YOLO, you know? Sangoon, if you get C8, Giga worth. I haven't even done C3s or C5s, so let me get those done first so that I actually get the extra orbs. Oh, I also forgot to invest my orbs. So this is a C3 with 0 orbs. We might have to abandon this, boys. Oh my god, we might have to abandon this. This is a C3 with 0 orbs. Yeah. Yeah, I'm out. I'm out. Let me invest my orbs, lol. This is how much I boss blitz, okay? How do I... Okay. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Do C5 first, so everything else is easier. Yeah, should a light horse to C5. I also get one from C3. So I'm doing a C3. I get one from C3 and one from C5. So that's what we're doing. What? Why did you cancel like that when you're supposed to do the slide? We're going to have a really long time because I'm not good at movement. Oh yeah, there we go. That's a little better. I think I've seen people go through the bamboo before. Not me looking for Guardian PvE guide. There's only 4 skills, brother. You just loop them. You just loop your 4 skills, and then that's the whole thing. And it honestly doesn't even matter what order you do them. They're like, it like basically doesn't even matter what order they're in. I took a wrong turn there. Class is lacking frontal guard. Kind of, but it's like it has a lot of HP regen and good super armor, so the class is tanky. I wouldn't worry too much about that. It also has a block, so. Guardian release. I was playing Guardian so I could chill. Chilled too much. Fell asleep after 10 minutes. Talk to the Black Spirit to receive Kebby Charm. Okay, we get +1. Okay, use Kebby Charm. Summon Kebby. S tier, I kind of want. It's like, it's so, like, I have a hard time rolling off of it because everything else is just more work for the same stuff, you know what I mean? And sometimes it's more work for less stuff. Okay, so we got an extra aura. So we'll throw that in. And then we'll do C5 so that we can get the other aura. I do C8 Legion, C8 9 Pig, C8 9 Sang, and 2 U3, 2 Jigwe, 1 Bulga hard mode. Okay, so I haven't done boss blitz since the first week it came out. So when you say U3, Jigwe, and Bulga hard mode, I don't know what the heck you're talking about, brother. I get the C8 and 9 stuff on the other ones. Are those like the guild ones or the party ones? Because I don't have friends or a guild. So I don't think that's going to happen. Say rewards for easiest boss have 5 to 6 Essence of Dawn. 1 to 2, 100,000k gold bars. Please hold them. Navigating bamboo. Higher chance of debos up to pry. Boss armor glove base. Also better. Higher difficulty bosses you can do. So it's like 100% worth it. What would you say like the average money is from someone who's not very good, but like happens to accidentally complete like a C8? We talking like 700 mil or something? 600 mil? Per one, you can do that 5 times, so like 2 bill a week or so. I took some damage there. I freaking took the wrong turn again as well. Isn't that interesting? Hard mode are group bosses. Oh, yeah. I don't have friends. I also have like a weird play schedule for NA, so. You can get a party. I can help you carry in hard mode. So you can get that free 5 bill per week. It's 5 bill per week? Holy. Holy. We did it. Yay. Yay. Okay, now we do the same thing. Talk to Dokebi. Yada yada. Kebi charm. Yada yada. I go rest. I'll just your YouTube. All right, man. Sounds good. Have a good rest. We'll catch you later. Wait, what happened? Oh, talk to guy. Hey, we did it. Another Lightstone thing. Nerf Mystic, please VA. I don't know if that's going to happen. Also, all my pets are all in the same spot and they're all floating. It's a weird cat dog. Bunny dog cat. Oh, he's gone now. Okay, I think we might be done with boss blitz for the week. I gotta be honest. Is there a, let's see. Which one of these is the, oh, it's this. Okay. So that's, we did a C3, so we can claim our free C3 reward. And we did a C5. Should I just do these? Probably, right? Extra rewards, more gooder. Oh, that's a lot of crap. Oh, we got a Bong Wang crystal. Stam and HP. 28 of these, so 28 mil. Plus whatever else. These are okay. Bong Wang for 100 mil. K2 C8's best bet is just running 5 C6s a week. Can I even do a C6? I'm kind of dog water at PvE. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but like I'm not good at PvE because I don't like to try. You know what I mean? I mean, we could try a C6, see what happens, but like I did almost die on the C5. Get a party here from your viewers of at least 360 AP. It could definitely help you clear your hard modes. It might be hard though if we can't DPS it down. C7 kind of brain dead, just need to know the mechanics. See, that's the problem. I don't know the mechanics of anything. Think of it like I'm new to BDO. Ignore my decade in the game. I'm new to BDO. I've never done boss blitz. I don't know nothing. Do I need to watch a video guide on the bosses I'm trying to do or something? Except for bamboo, because like there's no mechanics here. You just kill 3 packs and then you kill the guy, right? We are kind of dying. This boss, you need to kill all 3 mini bosses to debuff the boss for a DPS phase. There's freaking mechanics at bamboo? I thought bamboo was just like Ooga Booga attack the guy on the horse. Attack the blue lantern to keep extra mobs from getting spawned. There's mechanics? Oh, brother. Brother. Watch biceps one to help me complete C8 Sangoon first try. I might have to look into doing that stuff. What do you mean bicep? Biceptimus prime. Often referred to as bicep. Raise your chicken? I've never even heard of that. Oh, we might be dead here. We did not die. I hate the archer one. Why you gotta run? I'm a freaking wheelchair class, okay? Why you gotta run? I'm in a wheelchair, sir. Oh, he's running in place now. Stop. In the name of wheelchair classes, please. Okay, something. Attack 3 mobs to get DPS phase. Attack lantern when lantern color. Okay, 3 lantern. 3 lantern. Attack mob get DPS phase. Attack lantern when lantern color. Don't stand in big circle thing. Lantern color. I attack lantern. Should we run to attack this lantern? Nope, too late. We probably don't want them all attacking me, yeah? So I should, like, kill them. Running so easy? It's a wheelchair class, bruv. We can't move. It is only 4 skills. Sometimes you do throw in a 5th skill. We're getting juggled. What do I do if I'm getting juggled? Gathering the soul. I've never even read this thing before. How do we get not juggled? Mini bosses again? Where? Where? I don't see no mini bosses. Talking like this little horse guy? This little horse guy? Oh, now I see them. Get off the ground, lady. Get off the ground. This is why I hate doing bosses. Because, like, they think CCs are fun. CCs are only fun if I'm the one doing it. Also, I guess we're just not DPSing now. Gotcha. Maybe kill stuff. I don't know how this works. We did it. Very slow, but, I mean, it's there. We got it. Already not have an infinite PVI frame when you have evasion roll on. Nobody likes rolling. I'm not going to turn on my roll because they decided that some other classes can just infinitely hop back and forth. Wiz, Zerker, Archer. Name them. You could do it. And I have to do the stupid evasion roll. I have to roll around on the ground like a silly frickin' goose. I can't even do it. I have to do this garbage. That's so dumb. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'd rather just not do the bosses. Real talk. I'd rather just not do the bosses. Did we get a free thing for 6? Give me big money here. 16, some memes. Great. Starting shift movement, knife and ivory. You can't use it off cooldown. So it's once every 3 seconds you can use it. Selling DS1, hoping they still exist. Good luck, man. Chill. Sangoon in 21 minutes, so we could start an hour here. I broke my... Okay. I have a shaker cup here. And there's like a little flap that goes over the mouthpiece to seal it. And I guess the part that goes over the mouthpiece to seal it has broken off and fallen inside somehow. So this cup is ruined. Also, got to remember that's in there so that I don't swallow it. Why'd you do that? I just opened it to take a drink and it fell off. I don't know what to tell you, man. Mm-hmm. What's the point of saying in the skill the sturdy step is an infinite frame off cooldown when you can't use it off cooldown? Yeah. Yeah. To convince potential rerollers. That's what it is. They want to convince potential rerollers that the class is better than it is. Also, I believe the Succession one, if it has that label, you can use that one off cooldown. It just won't have like the actual iframe every time. But that one also gives you attack speed. And that's your ARD RMB. Maybe that works for this one as well, but you'd have to be in main hand stance, which is dookie. So Succession has infinite iframe, Waking doesn't? Maybe. I don't know if it's on that skill though. I'd have to look. I could look. Oh, we're not gonna get. It's up here. Yes. Yes, it does. But it's weird. Like that skill is weird. I'll show you. This is that skill. So like, yeah, it works, but it's weird. It's not that weird if you were suck, but to use those awakenings is gonna be hard. Yeah, to like C swap and then do that. And if you mess it up, it uses a kick instead. Kind of dog water. We might be swapping here, boys. This guy might try to grind over me. It happens. And he's gone. Welcome to NA, folks. There's not enough players on NA to like even try. The hot barbel? I doubt it. Maybe though. Because like you have to have an input direction. Go there and dual spot if you don't want. Like nobody grinds here. So like if it became a problem, I would just swap and then definitely have an open channel. Like there's no way anybody else is here. I'm pretty sure that guy just swapped. That's how few people are here. Duel for spot is dead. I was just grind Arsha and Jade. Literally no one. Yeah. The problem is like if anybody shows up, you're worse off. You know what I mean? It's like it's quite literally a gamble. Instantaneously worse off as soon as someone shows up. It's just like not even worth thinking about Arsha anymore. Someone run by me once every like 5 hours. Sketch. I don't like seeing people, you know? Oh, he's still here. He must be doing like a weird rotation, man. Because he's coming down this way. He's doing some weird stuff, man. Miss open world PvP though. Fond memories make me actually want to gear up and find the guy who messed up my rotation 3 months ago. Yeah, it's totally dead now too. Which is unfortunately they absolutely just murdered open world. Need to reinstall Seamless. My guess is that your save is gone then. The classic, I did the same thing not that long ago, so like rip. Find more people to do hard mode bosses. I'm free. I can always jump in and help. Hey, I appreciate that. So your friend requesting games, so you can message me directly if you do. Sounds good. Sounds good. I'll definitely be thinking about it. I think it's pretty unlikely though, and I'm still a little bit of ways away, but maybe. Definitely am not opposed to getting into them. $5 a week sounds pretty nice. I think like one of the main problems is that 98% of my viewer base is EU because of the time that I stream. So that can be a bit difficult, but what are you gonna do? Also, like EU has way more players than NA. So let's move in with Mr. Cookie. He's just a young lad though. I can't put a damper on his style. He can't see how a 31-year-old lives. It'll break him. I can carry your crutches. Well, I mean, I guess because it's not the US, healthcare won't be that expensive, so I could just get one of them like electric chairs. They're like, you push the little dongle and it drives you around. Already carry you, so they won't add much. You mean a wheelchair? Yeah, but like an electric wheelchair. It's the American version of a wheelchair. It's got a motor on it. Also change your diapers in a year or two when you need them. That'd be so nice. Feed me as well. That'd be great. Possible to open an EU client on another computer while having NA open on another. If they're different emails, then yes. If it's the same email, I don't believe it'll let you. But I have not tried. I could try. I could try. I don't have my other PC like plugged in, but I could try. It definitely works if they're different emails though. You can even do the same region if they're different emails. Because I did that a lot. We used to multi-log as well. I'd like show both on the screen and we'd be catching horses on both accounts. It was crazy. Kind of make a new account while I mean it's horse training or fishing. Yeah. I guess like the only issue there is like worst case you'd have to spend $10 to get a Game Pass. If it doesn't work to just swap the region on your same email. Uh-oh. I think it probably won't work because you're like already logged in. So it might see that as like someone else attempting to log in. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. There are electric wheelchairs outside of the US. Yeah, but that's like a freaking American. You know who invented the electric wheelchair? It was definitely an American who was like, you know what? I don't like having to turn the wheels on my wheelchair. Let me just push a button. Before you know it, there will be a Tesla wheelchair, which like you just input where you want to go or you tell it where you want to go and it just auto paths you to where it is. And then they can get a sponsorship with BDO and then you can have the Black Spirit on your wheels. Wait until you hear about AI wheelchairs that tell you where to go. No. You have to tell the wheelchair where to go, not the wheelchair telling you where to go. This isn't slavery. What the heck? That should be the next BDO mount. It's just a wheelchair. And then we could put all the slow classes in it. You know what I mean? Anything that isn't like a savior or a Valk, we could just put in a wheelchair. I guess Zerker as well. I kind of nerfed Zerker though, so like it's not as good anymore. But just get all the wheelchair classes and actual wheelchair mount. That'd be so funny. Suck Valk, and then like a banner on their chair would say Succession, and everybody would be like, "Oh yeah, rip." Dex of fiery wheelchair. Black Spirit paint. Yeah, exactly. What a cool, they should hire me at PA. I'll be their idea man. Such good ideas. Seven minutes to Sangoon. You guys are going to see me die a lot to Sangoon because I have zero understanding of what's going on. Imagine the aura pulling up next to a grind zone on your wheelchair and seeing deal for spot. That'd be so funny, man. I love the idea, though. I love the idea of a wheelchair mount. It'd be so funny. Nexus mods broke for me. Just send in your social security number, and they'll get it sorted for you. They'll just need a photograph of your ID, a real copy of your birth certificate, and a photocopy of your social security card or social insurance card, if that's what it's called for you. And they'll get it sorted right away. Send them an x-ray of my chest. They might need that too. And any other broken bones you might have had in the past and had x-rays on. It has a circular piece of metal in it. Beautiful. So you are Iron Man confirmed. So you just got to send them a picture of Robert Downey Jr. and then an x-ray of your chest and you're good. They'll get you. Never broke a bone, just built different. I've also not broken a bone except for my nose. I broke my nose like a bunch of times. Everything else is good though. But my freaking nose. Don't know what to tell you, man. It's not even broken either. It just like popped out of the socket. And I feel like that's just a design flaw. You know? Knees too hard? It actually was that. So I'm like quite allergic to cats. And I was forced to stay in a house that had a dozen cats for several weeks. And it got to the point where like parts of my face were swelling up. And my tongue like was so swollen I couldn't breathe. And I was like constantly sneezing. It never ended. It actually popped my nose out of my socket. More than once. That was a pretty terrible experience overall. But it was either that or live on the street. And I was 14, so I had to endure. Didn't have a choice. Classic America. And then I got told, you're not allergic to cats, you're just making it up. After like hospital visits to like not die. Classic America. And then a couple of years ago, I did an allergy test, like an actual like medical allergy test. Turns out I'm incredibly allergic to cats. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Say very likely there are no DS1 saves left. Yeah, I figured that was the case. Unfortunate. Skill issue. You know what's interesting is my dad was also very allergic to cats. And everybody's like, there's no possible way you could be allergic to cats. You have to be making up the swollen tongue and the giant lump on your face and the fact that you haven't stopped sneezing in 3 weeks. That's all made up. You just want attention. I was like, okay, but okay, but I forgot about Sangoon. When Sangoon? 2 minutes. Okay, we're still good. We're still good. I was like, man, I feel like we should be doing something. What are we supposed to be doing? One minute to Sangoon. Do we chance the game crash and miss Sangoon? Or do we swap early in case the game crashes? I'll tell you tomorrow if it works then. I don't know what I'd do if there's no save left. Maybe just give myself souls I need to get back to the same level and just go from there. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sure how that'd work. Probably. You wouldn't have any of the items, though. But I guess I could, like, drop you some of the stuff that I have. You know, we can kind of, like, go through it or whatever and swap early. All right, I'll kill this pack and we'll swap. Oh, it's not even early. I crashed yesterday. I also crashed yesterday. Isn't that interesting? I swear they just plan crashes. Oh, I gotta pause my tracker. This is the guy that was grinding. He just swapped early. Got annoyed with me and swapped early. That's funny. Almost missed Vell because I crashed. I need you to get a Vell's heart and sell it to me. We're relying on you. You can't miss Vell. You gotta make every Vell. You're my only hope, Obi-Wan. Don't have one myself. You gotta get 2 Vell's hearts. You're my only hope, Obi-2. Oh, they moved the respawn point closer. It used to be like way out on the cliff. Oh my lord. We're dead again. Lana Del Rey. Or Dosa Del Rey. It's like a hit. Kaboom. Ugh. So it's kind of going down slow, huh? Oh yeah, they doubled their HP today. No wonder they're going down slow. Just double your DPS, that way it doesn't matter. See, they doubled their HP because they felt like the bosses were dying too fast. And I don't know about you, but this isn't something that I'm like excited to go do. I just want the stuff. So I didn't mind that the bosses were dying fast. That was kind of nice. Like nobody was complaining about that except for PA. So they literally doubled their HP. And now we've been at it for 3 minutes. He's not dead yet. I, however, have died now 3 times. I guarantee you there's always a person complaining. Well, now I'm complaining that the bosses have too much HP and they don't die now. How about that? Who's more important? Some guy we don't know, or me? That's all I'm saying. You're more important? You don't even go to the boss. You don't get to have an opinion. Love it when we was killing it for 1 minute, get loot and swap out. Yeah, exactly. It was just like a free, like, you get a bill item, you just made a bill in a minute. Look at this guy, nerf HP bozo. Nobody likes this crap. See that? There's 1,000 people here and we've been at it 5 minutes. What happens when there's only 100 people here? We spend an hour doing this? You know what I mean? I just don't understand the point. I didn't even get anything. What a waste of time. Thanks, PA, for wasting 5 whole freaking minutes instead of 2 whole freaking minutes. Appreciate that. I have 100% knockdown resist game. I'm sure of that. Let me double check. I have 98. Okay, never mind. 98% chance to not get knocked down there. Gets knocked down there. The Golden Pig English. The Golden Pig King today, it was longer, only by 30 seconds. Always over 100 people there. Yeah, imagine when there's not 100 people. Imagine when it's like Nuver now, or like Zarka, and it's like only 15 people show up. That's a freaking half-hour fight plus. Because they just flat HP change. What a weird approach to balance. Wish they just didn't buff the new bosses, but took a look into the loot table of old bosses too. People actually do that. Yeah, I think like there's just not a ton of stuff worthwhile that they could add to regular bosses. They'd have to make them like probably worth at least like 300 mil to even show up to. And like, how would they do that without nuking the market, you know? I'm going to allow your message because it's fine. Quint Maraca often. Often, I think, actually is technically worth it. It's just kind of like a weird matchlock boss. I don't know. Left away gold bars look for level bosses. Why couldn't they do it for others? Pretty good question. They could, I guess. They could literally just give you a gold bar box for participating. There's like a 98% chance you get the base one anyway, so like, who cares? But, you know, inflation then gets a little bit worse. Here's what they should actually do. What a crazy idea I just had, okay? Are you ready for it? Are you ready for a crazy idea? You don't change the bosses at all, okay? But you're able to pay an item to essentially just get a reward upon spawn without having to be there, okay? So you take these items that are like infinitely listed on the market, like the sunstone things, for example. It could be anything, but like a sunstone gem or whatever is an example. And like, let's say you just go to a guy in town. There's like this, like captain of the knights or whatever, and you pay him like 10 sunstone gems to fight this boss for you. And so on the next spawn, if you've paid that tax, then a reward bundle gets sent to you in your Black Spirit safe. And it's like an Orphan reward bundle or a Zarka reward bundle. And you get to just open it as though you did the boss without having to be there. And it creates demand on an item that has no demand. It deletes some silver from the market. And it doesn't just generate silver from nothing the way that gold bar boxes would. Because it's still like the items that the boss would have dropped anyway, which are mostly marketable items. So it doesn't actually like generate silver. It actually deletes silver a little bit. And then you get around the issue of some people just can't make it to boss spawns ever. That's too much. I don't know, man. I'd pay 100 sun gems to get a Vell reward bundle since I can never go to Vell. That just negates content in the game. Content no one does anyway. Exactly, right? It's stuff no one already nobody does it. It's already a single player game, man. Just accept it. In another year or two, there's going to be 100% Martini uptime. Why'd I make 4 seasonals for it then? Do you even go to them? Do you go to like Offen and Quint and Maraca and Zarka? Like I get going to Nuver because like Nuvericant. But I think if the Nuvericant outfit didn't exist, nobody would do Nuver either. Certified Marnie enjoyer. You like your single player game. Your single player MMO. And I'm looking at marketplace, try to deflate silver using items there. Which, like, a lot of times they try to do, you know? Like, there's exchanges from other things a lot. Ugh. Like, you can do, back when, like, Crystallized Despair were, like, giga nuked on the market, they created an outlet to use them still. Stuff like that. So it's at least something they're conscious of. Not something that they necessarily execute exactly perfectly, but they're at least conscious of it. Only Lomal Vell Garmoth. Thinking about Nuver outfit. It's worth it to do the Nuver until you get the things in the Blackstones. Even if you don't like make the outfit, that really is your time gate. Is getting the Blackstones and the 2 special items you need. The like Bloodlit Eye Stones and the special things like the wing and the horn or whatever it is. Wonder how my Agris is doing. Probably quite bad. I have AK Agris. We're gonna run out of Agris. The heck? What do I do when I run out of Agris? I guess just keep grinding, huh? Just make less money. Play OSRS when you run out of Agris. But then I'll never get anywhere. We gotta grind. We gotta make progress. Get somewhere in OSRS. I probably will get a couple hundred laps on a roof. But think of all the billions. Think of all the billions of dollary dues I'll be missing out on. I kind of want to get enough to order a Try Fallen God by like Sunday. So I need to make a lot of money actually. The lack of Agris is going to hurt me. Moons KC. You know, I think I've discovered something about myself, which is that I like rare drops, but if the rare drop is an item that I need or is useful, then I don't like rare drops. Because I don't like doing content that I don't necessarily enjoy, because I need the rare drop when the rare drop matters. It's only when the rare drop doesn't matter that I'm fine with like doing content I don't like. I know that doesn't make sense, but the whole time I'm like grinding the content I don't want to do for an item that I need, I'm like frustrated that I'm not getting the item that I need because the item matters. I've had an Agris. I just hit Adania spots, grinding end times, crafting amplified strikes, etc. Pretty profitable when you complete your base strikes on lowest pre-order. I can't do any of the Adania spots, so like I'm out SOL for that. We just got to keep going. You know what I mean? We just keep going. We just make less money. Or I could go for a treasure item, I guess, but it does mean slowing us down, and I don't really want to do that right now. I want to make some progress. We got to rush to Jordine. After we get to Jordine, then we can go a little bit slower. Because it won't be like as big of a deal. At least we're making some progress or whatever, but pre-Jordine, I don't really want to do anything that isn't working toward Jordine. So right now, Caphras are going toward offhand, and all of our money is going toward armors. So it's working pretty well. I'll also need a blessed and exalted stone. So that's going to be another, what, like 20 bill probably? I haven't looked into the prices of those in quite a while. Clear for Tet armors, the sell and tries buy Tet replacements. I will buy the Tets and sell the tries, yeah. Except for the boots, because I can't sell those, so I don't know what to do with them. I'll have to math out the average and the pity for getting the Tet and see if it's worth it to me to click them, or if I'd rather just buy them at Tet and swap them to like an alt or something. I really hate enhancing though, so probably gonna buy them. But if it's like 200 bill to buy them and only like 100 bill to make them, I'll probably have to make them because like that's a big gap. But if it's like 200 bill to buy them and 180 bill to make them, I'm just gonna buy them. Almost 40 cap. You know what I could do actually is I think I have like 8 of the Forgotten Witch tokens. So I could just kind of like chill and do some of that. After the old gym session, whatnot. I also have to go to the phone shop today. The local phone store. Fungi shop? Yes, I'm going to put a mushroom on my head so that it may sprout luck for the future. There's a deal at the local phone shop where I can trade in my phone. And I have like a Z Fold 5, which is a pretty gimmicky phone, and it was like I've had a Fold for like a number of years now. It's kind of cool, but like I'm over it. I don't even use the fold function anymore and haven't for a long time. But there's a deal at my local phone shop where if I trade it for a S25 Ultra, then I can actually like lower my, well, not only do I like not owe anything on the phone and won't owe anything on the phone, but I also lower my payment by $30 a month. So pretty good deal. New phone plus a lower payment per month on my bill. And that locks in for 3 years. Pretty good. Pretty good. So I'm gonna see a guy about a phone. Not that I need a new phone, but I mean I may as well if it's gonna be cheaper. Will we make the hour without running out of Agris? Nope. Pretty much a zero chance. Oh, let me accept this friend request, by the way. Pretty heckin' good progress so far today. What? Are you invincible, sir? $230 Caphras left until 7K. So it's more like 205 maybe after our dust. Quick maths. Got rid of drop rate event. Classic. They don't want you to have stuff. With that said, I did get 2 iridescents the last hour. And during the whole drop rate event, I did only get 1. So maybe it's a scam. I don't know. If we get another one at the end of this hour, then it's confirmed a scam. We gave 50 hours of 50% buff for the Valentine's event though. New account luck. I've actually am still unlucky on iridescence with the number of hours I've grinded. I should have, I think, almost triple as many as I've had. My smartphone in 2019 still alive and smooth and functional. Yeah, I mean mine works too. Like there's nothing wrong with it. but it's literally like it literally lowers my bill by $30 for the next 3 years to get a new phone. So I'm just like, I mean, I may as well. I may as well pay less money per month to have a new phone. Mhm. Does this tell us death? Don't care about anything else? Fair enough. That's the way to do it, really. With everything that depreciates, you just use it until it friggin' falls apart. Mhm. Almost 80 bill? What's almost 80 bill? How much money you've saved? That's a pretty good amount. Pretty good. That's like half a Pendello. Oh, you know, I think the shark is actually gonna I think the shark would disrupt the loot tracker. That's so funny to think about. You guys can actually mess up my loot tracker. That's so funny. How far your stream progression? Far from video schedule? Last episode I watched was Sovereign Weapon Craft. If you've watched me craft a Sovereign, then you're watching the VODs. Because that's not in the videos yet. So the VODs, like I just upload them like right after stream. I download the VOD and then upload them to YouTube. The videos are like really far behind and probably will discontinue in favor of something else. The videos just aren't working. They're performing very poorly, and it takes a lot of time to do them. So I want to do something else. I'm not sure what. I'll figure out like there are other videos I want to make that like aren't related to the new series necessarily, but I got to switch it up and do something different because like what I've been doing isn't working. But yeah, I did a video every week to meet an obligation, and then that took like a ton of time. I spent a ton of time trying to just get them out. And now I will take the time to figure out a better method or style. Except my head between two channels. Yeah, the VOD channel is like basically later that same day I upload the VOD. It just takes a while to download and then upload because my internet kind of sucks. But the actual YouTube videos, I think the most recent one, we're like still on Ninja and working on the. We don't even have the Tuvala short sword done yet. It's actually one of my favorite grinding spots so far. Yeah, I quite like it as well. It's definitely top 5 for me overall, I think. But of course, I like places like Histria and Sakraya and stuff. I'm a bit of like a boomer. I like the old school places that just aren't relevant anymore. Gonna flame the first hour I ever grinded here. You know, I've done I've done like a bunch of accounts now. And we had like the main account ages ago when it first came out, and then we had the Iron Man account that came through, and another account came through, and this I believe is the fourth one. And I've only ever gotten one flame in 4 accounts getting enough embers. We're talking hundreds of hours, probably like 350, 400 hours now. I've only ever gotten one raw flame drop. But the embers are so common now, it's crazy. There's not only is there a weekly for 10 embers, but also you get like 10 an hour. So it's just really quick if you needed it. But I'm just grinding for Caphras basically. And saving the extra money. So done 3 or 4 raw flame drops. Big money, man. I just get unlucky with that kind of stuff. I don't know. Man, we're almost at the point where I can make enough money to think about rolling the ferry. I'll have to look again at how much silver per like T4 roll it'll be, but we can make a pretty considerable amount, and I don't even need potions to grind here, so could be worth looking at. I think it's 400 sweet honey ones. Plus some Lemuria gear. Get 10 fairies a week from Rift Boss tokens. Oh, like 10 petals? Or just raw fairies? Oh. Oh, 10, because you can do... Okay, yeah. Interesting. I think I have a handful of them. It might be worth going and exchanging them and seeing if we get a bunch of tier 3s. If I get like 10 or 20 tier 3s, it might be worth looking into starting to reroll that. New weekly from Olvia? I freaking hate weeklies, man. I hate weeklies. I mean, petals, it's 20 petals. So yeah, you could just get 10 fairies. Pretty cool. I should have a pretty reasonable amount of petals already, though.
Hello there.
Uncensored Art just followed.
Yeah, close to 200. That's pretty good. Uncensored Art, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Cheeky Ember. Okay, I'll take it. Bit of cash money. Some dollary dues. Can I miss a mid game? This is nostalgic. I'm a Kron prison. Yeah, that's why I did an Iron Man challenge to 700 gear score, and then I did an Ultimate Iron Man challenge to a Pen Debo. And it was because of that reason, man. You played the game long enough, and it's just like the same thing over and over again. And so we're back to like a normal account again, but man, it was a nice break. 2 years it took me to do those. So I'm totally out of the loop. I haven't even gone to like Ulakita yet. So it's kind of nice. Any look from Sangoon? Nope. It took twice as much time as normal because they doubled the HP, by the way. Lol. And I got nothing. Because like full-time job without pay? Yeah, except you pay. You pay to work the full-time job. And they say that corporate America is greedy. What about corporate KR? Where you pay to work. UIM was a legendary journey for real. Yeah, and like I've done everything I wanted to do. Everybody's like, oh, you should just go for like full Pendevos and all that stuff. And I'm like, it took me 7,000 hours to do that one. What do you want from me? Like, I'm good. I'm good, man. Dying so fast, so they gave them 1.5 times more HP. Yeah, and now they die too slow. Isn't that interesting? The issue with that is like, what happens when there's less people there? Because we had like hundreds of people there. What happens when there's less people? Now suddenly it takes half an hour and they don't die. Because they added HP. It's so dumb. No job with addiction like enhancing. Luckily, I hate enhancing so much that I will do anything I can to avoid it. So that's good news for me. Why didn't you go for a T11? It actually was not even possible. Because I couldn't reroll skills, so I could like virtually never get a courser. Like it's technically possible to get a courser, but the odds of naturally getting a courser with no horse outfit are like astronomically low. And I'd have to do it twice. Actually, I'd have to do it 6 times. Assuming that I one banged exactly the horses I was looking for every single time for the T9s. Like it's just not gonna happen. It's like a lose-lose situation. You pay and don't get paid. Yeah, you gotta pay to work sometimes, man. Then they gotta readjust. Yeah, but like what a waste of development time. Why not just leave it how it was? What a waste of time. Not only did it waste their time by having to change the figures, but it wastes my time by having to fight it longer. That's supposed to be DR based on participation or something instead of HP. Nope. All Loma bosses got exactly 100% increased HP. Period. The change was for the iframe phases. Instead of being iframes, they're increased DR phases, but they also doubled their HP. 70% of my income came from enhancing and selling gear. Hate fishing. Yeah, but think about how much more money you would have had if you just grinded, sold, instead of gambling. The thing about BDO is like the average to make something is more than the cost to buy it, which is like nonsensical. But that's BDO. It was 1.5 times HP. The thing I saw was plus 100%, which would be double. Unless they decided to change it last minute, because I didn't actually read that in this patch note. That was on like a global lab yesterday or the day before. Oh, there's our hour done. Increased by 1.5. Okay, so they did change it. Imagine if it was actually double. That would have been an 8-minute Sangoon with hundreds of people. That sounds awful. How do we do there? 1.3 bill, 1.2 after tax. Not bad. Not bad. We ran out of Agris, but still got 44K, so I mean pretty good. Pretty good. Gotta be thankful old marketplace was trash. I don't know, man. I kind of just want a better game. But, you know, they got to make Crimson Desert and they got to continue ruining EVE Online. And they're busy, you know? They're busy. Can't blame them. I actually like this slightly extended time because otherwise there were times where if you weren't there when it started, you couldn't get rewards. They died too fast. Yeah, but now it just wastes more time for everyone. Because you, like, weren't prepared 5 minutes ahead of time. It now takes way longer for everyone. You know what I mean? So they have disincentivized being prepared. Classic. Classic PA. $44 mil. I might just hang on to those for a while, see what happens. No Ash of Creation or Throne of Liberty? Ash of Creation is dead, man. Got killed already. And Throne of Liberty is not a good game, in my opinion. I hate the combat. I hate tab targeting. Kind of dog water. Remember you could server hop and get multiple world boss kill rewards? Yeah, because they weren't global based, they were server based. What a time. What a time to be alive. And PvP at world bosses. What a time to be alive. What a freaking time. The good old days. How are we looking? We'll probably be about 7,200 away. Not that bad. Is clunky combat in TOL? Yeah. I tried every weapon as well. Just in case it was like weapons, but none of them felt good at all. EVE Online? Yeah, yeah. PA bought EVE Online years ago, and they've ruined it. They've like absolutely crashed it. People so good at Vell. Everyone goes to Vell, man. Except for me, because I work both spawns, but yeah, yeah. So the concentrated magics have 351 orders on them, and the Vell's hearts have 516 orders on them. It's a big payday. Never heard of it? It's like a 20-year-old MMO. Maybe even older. Was this combat XP? Get out of here. Random who gets the item when pre-order at max price. Yep. Yep, it's RNG. Which means every time one sells, I have a 1 in 512 chance. So on average, I'll get it after about 512 sell. Well, that's not strictly true. Because some of them have already sold, but. Heard someone said video console is good now. I strongly doubt that. X to doubt. Pretty freaking hard there. But maybe. I don't own a console, so I guess I can't necessarily speak on it. But that seems like a radical statement. I was going to do something, but I don't remember what it is now. What was the thing I was going to do? Uh, I don't remember. Holy crap, it's 11:50. Hour 7 to Garmoth, everyone. Be prepared. Am I prepared? Can I even do more Garmoths? Yes. Yes, I can. Be prepared. Their Caphra sends you progression pass. I've already claimed everything. I took these ones. I've took all this stuff. I've flipped through a couple of times. One day I might come back to BDO. Quite a level 65.99. There are level 70s in the game now. Sick of Garmoth and scrappy rewards, but what if? You know what I mean? What if you can make a fiery Jordan. What if? That chance is there. How's the last J Hammers? Let me put it to you this way. When I started the game, okay, so I started this account like a month and a half ago, new account. I started the game with I think 12 hammer boxes and 50,000 crons. And I've spent probably 30,000 or 40,000 crons, and I still have 40,000 crons. And the Olvia Academy also gives you 2 more free pen black stars. 2 additional free pen black stars. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Hard to complain. Black stars a joke anymore? Yeah, but that just guarantees your sovereign. Get 2 for free, that's a guaranteed sovereign. You actually get 4 for free. Sort of. Which is 2 guaranteed sovereigns. Never succeeded a tap using a hammer ever? More like scammers to me? Yeah, buddy. You're figuring out the secret of Black Desert. They dangle the hammer of hope, but it's coded to always fail. That's the secret. They dangle the hammer of hope so that you keep playing. Meanwhile, nothing changes. Meanwhile, nothing changes. That's the secret. Let me just do, let's see, we did 3. Let me just do a 4 and a 2, and we'll get those rewards, and I'll be done with the boss blitz for the week, and I won't have to think about it. That seems like a good plan. Family playtime chances. Well, that can't be either, because on my actual main account with, I think, 42,000 hours, I never succeeded a Black Star click. This, of course, was like like Agris Fever or whatever, like Pity. So you just clicked until it went. And I was in the 60s on clicks. So it's all a scam. Now they pity at 15. Yeah, but back when I was clicking, they didn't pity at 15. There was no pity. That wasn't a thing. You ever heard of a guy one tap pen on one fail stack? Yeah, you hear about that a lot. I've also seen a one tap pen ogre on a one stack. But you know, enough people do it, bound to happen. If it's a 1% chance, then 100 people have to do it, and you're good. Somebody will get it. Should auto pen you when you log into old account. Not if you don't have a black star anymore. But yeah, it doesn't matter to me. I don't play the old account, obviously. And I'm not gonna like log into the old account for a pen black star. Like, what a joke. Okay, there's that reward for free. And I'll take this one for free too. Why not? Why not? Why do these things even have cutscenes? Feels like a waste of time. Some people lost their old account and we had transfers. Yeah, I lost my first ever account to the transfer. But I'd already like started a new account. I'm a bit of a chronic re-roller. And when I get tired of re-rolling classes, I re-roll accounts. It's pretty interesting. Didn't even kill him in one hit. Rip. Hello? There we go. Now he died in one hit. Beautiful. You someone who lost their account when Cacao cashed out? I know somebody that lost their account when they charged back their account. Lol. Still there though, not banned. Nothing. $0 dues. Quit 5 times already. Sold my gear, never again. Yeah. Yeah, you really got to just like adapt your mental. Because you kind of get locked into like you need to progress all the time and you just stop enjoying the game for what it is. So sometimes you just got to take a little step back. Start trying to enjoy the game for what it is. It can be hard sometimes. Okay, unfortunately, it is time. I have to go. I have to hit the gym and then I got to go to the phone store. And then I got to actually do some grocery shopping today, which is like, eh. So I need to call it there. We got not quite under 7K, but close. 7,171 to go. Horse. Let's double horsing because I'm in. You guys aren't supposed to see the double horse. There you go. There's one horse. Wait. What the heck? Weird. Okay. Well, that'll be it for me today. We'll be back tomorrow. Theoretically with some Dark Souls 1. Mr. Cookie is having some technical difficulties with his account, but we'll probably be able to fix that. I don't know. We'll see. But should be good to go with that tomorrow. If not, we'll just be back on video, so it's all good. But thank you guys for being here today, and I will see you all tomorrow.